Hello and welcome to the Planning and Development Council of the Town of Oakville for May 10th. Madam Clerk, do we have any regrets?
We have no regrets for this evening.
Thank you. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, seeing none, I will ask for two members of council to move and second the change to Committee of the Whole, Councillor Duddick and Councillor Giddings. Thank you. And if there's any objection, please show by raising your hand. Madam Clerk, there's no objection and we are resolved into Committee of the Whole. Tonight, we have 4 consent items, 3 public and 1 confidential, and 5 public hearings and 2 discussion items. And one of those includes a presentation by Kurt Benson, who is the Director of Planning Services and Chief Planning Official for Halton Region. And as I hope everyone knows, Halton Region is engaged in the obligatory municipal comprehensive review that has to be done every 5 years or so to update the region's official plan. And we at the Town of Oakville have a similar requirement whose deadline is only a year later than Halton Region's. And so we are doing ours in tandem with the region of Halton so that we can try to be coordinated and efficient. And the deadline for the region is July 1st, 2022. And as many people will be aware, the next provincial election is June 2nd, 2022. So it's going to be an interesting race to see what happens and when we get there. I wonder if I could have a motion from a member of council for the 4 consent items. Councillor Palmer, thank you very much. Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, the 4 consent items are adopted. We now have the promised 5 public hearings. And these public hearings are, I think, mostly information meetings designed to surface and identify issues for staff to study before they bring back a recommendation report. And the presentation by each member of staff will duly note if there is any difference from that. And our first presentation is by our senior planner, Kate Coburn, and this is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application for 677 Burl Oak. And I'll let Ms. Coburn summarize the report for the public, and I assure the public that every member of council has already read a much bigger background file than just this presentation. Ms. Coburn, you have the Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I hope you can hear me okay. Seeing some head nods, that's great. So this evening, I have a presentation for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, which has been submitted by Glenn Willings Planning Consultants on behalf of their client 677 Burloak GP Inc. The proposal relates to employment and commercial uses on the subject lands, and the item report can be found on the item 6.1 of tonight's agenda. As mentioned, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to introduce the application to council and the public, and to obtain any further comments for review as it relates to this application. If there is anyone watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca and they wish to speak to this item, they can call in at 905-815-6095, and we will connect them to the meeting, and they will be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. Slide. The property is located south of Wycroft Road, east of Burloak Drive, north of the rail line, and west of Sheldon Creek Natural Heritage Area. This is just south of the RioCan commercial development, south of the QEW. Slide, please. The applicant has submitted an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to permit the development of a warehouse and commercial uses, which will include drive-through facilities. Access to the proposed development will be from Wycroft Road on the south side, and a proposed right-in, right-out access from Burloak just north of the tracks. The coordination of the Burloak grade separation is still required to confirm if access from Burloak is appropriate, and further information will be provided at a subsequent recommendation report meeting. Slide, please. The subject lands are designated business commercial on the western portion and business employment on the eastern portion of the site, as shown on the slide. The purpose of the official plan amendment is to permit warehouse uses in the business commercial designation to support the proposed building layout provided by the applicant. Slide, please. Similarly, the subject lands are zoned E4 business commercial on the west side of the property, rather on the east side of the business employment on the east side, on the west side of the property, and business commercial on the west side of the property. Pardon me. The application proposes to maintain these existing zones, but provide for additional regulations to permit warehouse uses within the business commercial zone, and permit the restrictions to remove the restrictions for drive-through facilities within both of these zones. The slide demonstrates the specific changes and the range of uses that would otherwise be permitted. Slide, please. The next two slides reflect the various matters identified by staff through the circulation of comments from agencies and internal departments. These items include evaluating the consistency with provincial policy statement and conformity with the growth plan, conformity to the Regional Halton official plan, conformity with the Livable Oakville plan and the policies related to employment land uses, conformity with all applicable urban design policies, such as built form, transition, and compatibility with adjacent properties, and interface with public realms and vehicular access, the adequacy of the site to be serviced through full municipal infrastructure, sidewalk design and construction along Wycroft and Road and Burloak Drive, impacts of the proposed development onto any existing easements along the west side of the property and through the north. Slide, please. Requirement to confirm the limits of the flooding hazard associated with the regulated area known as Sheldon Creek, conflicts with the railway corridor to the south and the future grade separation on Burloak Drive, as well as the current record of site condition that is proposed for the development. In conclusion, staff put forward the following recommendation for council's consideration, and any additional comments received tonight will form part of the public record. Staff will return at a future council meeting with a recommendation report from planning. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Coburn. There's a question from Councillor Elgar, and we have a registered delegation who wants to appear as well. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much. Through Mayor Burton, a question regarding number of jobs per hectare related to warehousing. What is the projected number of jobs you figure you get from a warehouse?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that's something I would have to look into specifically. However, I do believe that the applicant's representative, Mr. Glenn Wellings, is available for questions, and he may have that answer in terms of the number of jobs proposed as part of this proposal by his client.
No, I appreciate that. That whole area is interesting. Back in 2003 and 2006, the area to the north, which was Riocan, was supposed to be office, and it would have been a very high density. And of course, in that day, they downgraded that to a plaza. So anyhow, this area seems to not want to have a lot of employment, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. And it's certainly an interesting story from those early days of your career here. Maybe we can get you to tell that story someday. Madam Clerk, considering that Mr. Wellings is a registered delegation and he might have the answers that some councillors want, why don't we invite Mr. Wellings to make his delegation? Madam Clerk?
So we are going to bring Mr. Wellings on board.
I did.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you,
Great.
and you almost look recognizable, but all of us are suffering from
Good
COVID
evening, Your
here,
Worship,
right?
council members. Nice to see everybody, sort of, virtually. For the record, Your Worship, my name is Glenn Wellings. I am planning consultant for the proponent here, and thanks to Ms. Coburn for her presentation. Just a few follow-up remarks to her presentation. As explained by Ms. Coburn, the property is split designated and split zoned under the official plan and zoning bylaw. And the official plan and zoning bylaw appears to anticipate the independent development of the east and west halves of the property. And this likely made sense in the past, Your Worship, as the east and west halves of the property were historically under separate ownership. But today, these lands are now owned by one corporate entity. And a number of things have changed in this area. The proposed grade separation at Burl Oak is planned, as well as planned improvements to Wycroft with the bridge crossing of Bronte Creek. So we do expect some changes to this area in the near future. Just to assure council members that the applications before you propose to maintain the employment function. There is no intent to change the employment function. And unfortunately, in response to Councillor Alker's question, I don't have an answer on the warehouse jobs, and it would certainly depend on the nature of the warehouse to arrive at that. I can advise council members that we're dealing really in conceptual site plans at this stage, in anticipation of the marketing of the property. So the requested permission tonight through these applications is to add warehouse use to the west portion of the subject property. And with respect to the drive-through, the other part of the application is to relax the restriction on drive-through uses. Drive-through uses are permitted use on both the east and west sides of the property. So the restrictions are confusing and unclear, to be honest with you, Your Worship and council members. And this confusion and lack of clarity does not help in the marketing efforts of this property. There's no really good planning reason to maintain these restrictions. So, Your Worship and council members, I'm happy to answer any questions of committee or of council. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And you are in committee of the whole of council, so you're right either way. Council, it's your turn. Do you have questions for Mr. Wellings? Councillor Hazlitt-Deal.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Wellings, can you give us a little bit more of a description of what is a warehouse from your definition?
Yeah, well, it's defined under through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Hazlitt-Deal. It's a defined term under the official plan, and it comes in many different forms, Councillor. And right now, I don't know if a warehouse is even proposed on these lands. We're simply trying to allow for that permission on the entire site, simply for marketing purposes. So warehousing, normally I would see it as a storage facility with an office component in most cases, but there's different variations of warehouses.
Okay, thank you for that. My other question is for Kate. Kate, if we make this adjustment to allow a warehouse there, would it be under the current definition of warehouse that has been a cause of concern for others around what is a delivery station versus a warehouse?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So as we're still at the early stages of reviewing this proposal and we're only at the public meeting stage for that, that is definitely something that staff could review and take into consideration going forward. As Mr. Wellings has indicated, the term warehouse is a defined term within the zoning bylaw. If it was intended to reflect a very specific use, if Mr. Wellings' client had a particular tenant that we would need to better understand the nature of that use, then perhaps something different may be crafted and presented to council at that time. However, the standard term warehouse as it's provided for is what Mr. Wellings is requesting as part of this application. So that any new tenant would have to comply with that particular definition.
Thank you for that.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to Kate. Perhaps in the recommendation report, can we just take a look at the lands directly south of the railway tracks and look at that office space and what's been used and what land is still available to the south of the railway tracks? Because I think what we've got is a bit of a natural division between the railway tracks, where the north has not really bloomed into office place, but the south is one of the most vibrant office spaces that we have in Oakville right now, with incredible businesses doing incredible things down there. So I'd appreciate it if we could maybe add in the recommendation report what we currently have just south of the railway tracks and what is still available there in terms of office land. I would appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? All right, well then perhaps we'll turn to Acting Planning Director Gabe Charles for any additional issues to be added to the staff's examination of this file. Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The items that I heard from council to reflect on as part of the recommendation report is a little bit more clarity in terms of the number of jobs per hectare relating to warehouse use, if possible, and if we have an idea on who the tenancy might be at that time, as well as providing some more description around what a warehouse use is vis-a-vis the zoning bylaw. As well as take into account the lands to the south of the railroad tracks and provide some context about what lands would be available for future development.
Thank you very much. Council, has that captured your various concerns? Councillor O'Meara?
Yeah, that's just to clarify on the last point, not what's available for, yes, sorry, that's right. What's available for future development south of the railroad track. That's perfect. And I'd be happy to move, Your Worship, if there's anyone else.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I accept your motion, and I'll ask Council if there's any objection to your motion. And seeing none, I'm going to declare your motion a success, and it's carried. Thank you, everybody. Let's turn now to public hearing item number 2, item 6.2. This is the same idea as the last one. This is an issue identification hearing of an application. A recommendation report will come back later. And we have registered delegations on this file, and our presentation is from Senior Planner Rob Thun. Mr. Thun, you have the Zoom.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. As mentioned, it's a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision application submitted by Star Oak Developments for the development of 26 hectares of land located on the southwest corner of Burnhamthorpe Road West and 6th Line. The report can be found on page 52 of tonight's agenda. It's item 6.2. As with all statutory public meetings, the purpose of tonight's presentation is to introduce the application to council and to the public, and to obtain any further comment for review as related to this application. The number on the screen, 905-815-6095, is a telephone number for the public to call if they wish to make any comments on the subject matter before council tonight. Slide. The air photo identifies a site by the star and its context with the surrounding area. As mentioned, the subject lands are located on the southwest corner of Burnhamthorpe Road, which is to the north, and 6th Line to the east. The subject lands and the abutting surrounding lands, as can be seen by the air photo, consist of vacant agricultural lands. The site is traversed by the West Morrison Creek, and you will be able to see the creek itself in its present state as little fingers that are going through the agricultural fields. And also the Core 7 woodlot that was identified by the North Oakville Creek Subwatershed Study. And the star identifying the property is actually on also the Core 7 woodlot. Residential uses are envisioned for the area that is non-woodlot for the site. And as you can see to the east of 6th Line, there is construction presently of residential subdivisions ongoing at this present time. Slide. The slide before council is a draft plan of subdivision and the excerpt from that. It relates to 68 detached dwellings and 141 townhouses. Of those 141 townhouses, 48 are lane-based, and they can be shown in the southeast corner, which is the bottom left of the screen, south of Street 2 and Preserve Drive. You can see the lane that is separating the two, and the remaining townhouses are street-oriented townhouses, so they have driveways that would go right onto the street. So there would be a number of driveways. There's also a stormwater management feature that is proposed. It is block 91, that is in the bottom right-hand corner. In addition to that, there is a creek block, which is block 92, and block 93 is the woodlot. Both of those latter features, 91 or 92 and 93, would be the natural heritage system as envisioned by the secondary plan. Access to the site would be from 6th Line and would also on the east, and would be from the west once those subdivisions come to fruition and they are developed. The applicant did hold a virtual public meeting on February 2nd, 2021. 6 members of the public were in attendance. No written submissions have been received from the public to date. This property is part of the approved 2020 Regional Servicing Allocation Program. One of the matters that we are still reviewing is on-street parking to maximize the number of parking spaces with the development. Should the lotting pattern change or the form of development change, we will be revisiting the on-street parking matter. Slide, please. From the North Oakville East secondary plan perspective in the master plan, the subject property is designated neighborhood area and natural heritage system on figure NOE 2 of the North Oakville East secondary plan. And that is this figure that is on the left-hand side of the slide. The arrow generally identifies the location of the subject property. The figure on the right-hand side is an excerpt from the master plan. And as you can see that the subject property is identified as natural heritage system area, general urban, neighborhood center area, stormwater management facility, and those are shown on Appendix 7.3 of the North Oakville East secondary plan. As mentioned previously in a number of presentations to council, the North Oakville East master plan illustrates a concept from 2008 for the development of these east planning areas. It's only one option. There are many other options that can be looked at, but the overriding principle is maintaining those principles of the North Oakville East secondary plan. That is the overriding factor. Staff will continue to review the development in relation to the master plan and also the associated road pattern. Slide, please. From a zoning perspective, the site is zoned existing development. And existing development only allows the legally existing uses on the date the parent bylaw came into effect. So whatever's out there today is what is permitted. The applicant is proposing to develop the property in accordance with the secondary plan for neighborhood center zone, a general urban zone, the natural heritage system zone, and also the stormwater management facility zone, as you can see on the slide, Schedule A to their proposed bylaw. And this is all to permit the redevelopment of the site for the residential units, the stormwater management facility, and the protection of the natural heritage system. The applicant's full zoning bylaw can be found in Appendix A1. Staff are still working with the applicant, and based on our initial discussions to date, the applicant has removed the request for the parking space size reduction in the garage. So that no longer is a consideration. So the stock zoning standards for parking spaces within a garage are to be maintained. Slide, please. The slide before council are matters that are to be addressed. It is identified in the staff report, and these are the ones that will be captured in the future recommendation report. It's not to say that these are all of them, because not all comments have been received to date, so the plan is under review and the matters to be addressed will also be under review. Comments raised together tonight from the public and by council will also be addressed as part of that recommendation report. Slide, please. So in conclusion, your worship, staff are putting forward the recommendation as shown on the screen. The additional comments received tonight will form part of the public record and will be addressed in the future recommendation report. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thun. Council, I see several hands, and I'm going to come to you in a second. I just want to first mention that representatives of the applicant are available if you have questions for them. And I'll take it that these questions are for Mr. Thun. And I'll start with Councillor Sanju, and then Councillor Grant, and then Councillor Parmer. Councillor Sanju.
There's my mute button. Thank you, Mayor Burton. I appreciate your deference there with my quick hand. Thank you, Mr. Thun, for your report. It was very helpful. And I also appreciate the time that you spent on the report itself that was provided to council in advance and the public. Just a couple of questions, specifically with the location of the site. I'm hoping that you can draw back to, or anyone on staff can draw back to page 5 of the report. I think that gives a little bit more of a comprehensive view to those folks that might be following along on YouTube or live, because there have been some significant questions about where this will be in relation to the existing development that we currently have and how Preserve Drive will then continue to be developed. So hoping that you can show us that picture a little closer.
Thank you, Councillor Sandu. Through the Mayor, if we can get the slides back up. And if we can go to the next slide. So basically this plan before you, Council, and I don't know why the arrow has been moved onto the bottom, and it should be further to the north. Is my cursor readily visible?
No. But
no, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're looking at the corner there that says Core Area 7. I think that's pretty readily viewable.
Right. So basically to the top of Core Area 7 is Burnham Thorpe Road. On the left-hand or the right-hand side is core, to the core is 6th line. So basically what you're seeing are neighborhoods 9, 10, and 11. So that's the areas east or west of 6th line to Niagawa. Previously, council has seen applications for the lands to the west, to the east of 6th line through MGO, Argo, and those groups of developers. So those are the ones that in the air photo that you could see were under construction. So basically, the area that we're dealing with is around Core 7, where the number 6 is. That is the Star Oak property. So you will see in the red the neighborhood center area. The darker gray is the general urban, the stormwater management pond just to the left of that, and also the creek block to the east of that, abutting 6th line. So that gives you sort of the context of what's coming. And we have also dealt with item number 7, which is Diagram. We have dealt with item number 8, which is Argo. We have dealt with item number 5, which is Mattamy. All 3 of those are in a similar status as this application, as being statutory public meeting has occurred. The recommendation reports have not occurred yet. One of the big items that needs to be addressed and is captured in the comments to be addressed is an environmental implementation report / functional servicing study. That deals with the stormwater management ponds and the creek block. All 4 of those are tied in together, either by the creek block itself or by the storm drainage to those stormwater management ponds. So all of those are collectively together. The road pattern is similar to that for the master plan. We will be getting in, hopefully shortly, draft plan of subdivision for property number 4, and also 2 and 3, which we have had pre-consultation meetings on already. So collectively, in the next few months, this whole area will be looked at comprehensively.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Thun. I think it's also very helpful to note for the public that the green area is part of the NHS and will remain part of the NHS. That's not something that's subject to our development, at least at this time, and not in the future, from what I understand. And I think it's very important for everybody to understand that those folks that have paid for those ravine lots that back onto the NHS will remain that way. I think the concern, at least from a residential perspective, was when the board went up on Preserve Drive, that the NHS was actually going to be plowed down, and that's where the development was actually going to occur. So we post things in conspicuous locations so that the public can actually view them. but it's not necessarily where the development will actually be going.
Correct. The majority of the time, the plans of subdivision are shown on the signs that are beside the street frontages, and it gives them an opportunity to look at what is being proposed. But you're absolutely correct. The natural heritage system will not be developed. It will be protected, and it will come in the ownership of the town.
Thank you for that. The other question that I have, and you touched on this briefly during the presentation, was around garage width concerns. I noticed that currently, and I actually went out and measured today. I measured my SUV, and my SUV is 1.9 meters across, and that's without the winged out side mirrors. I collapsed them. So at 1.9 meters, that's what it is. But the initial indication in the report was a 2.9 meter garage width. And you mentioned that the applicant is no longer seeking to reduce the size of the garage. Can you help us understand what the difference in that size would be?
Yes, the standard width for a garage is 3 meters. They wanted to go to 2.9 meters in width, okay? And that's the inside measurement. It's not the outside measurement of the garage. So we're trying to make a functional garage, knowing full well there's going to be steps from doors coming into the garage, doors being open, your ability to walk around the car itself to make it a functional garage, as opposed to something that gets narrow and narrow and narrow and becomes a glorified storage area at the end of the day because you can't get your car in it. So similar to other applications, we're not looking at the idea of reducing that regulation because it does have residual impacts if we were.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I appreciate staff's turning their mind to the practicality of the issues that potentially have in the area. Because let's be honest, everybody's got a pretty big car. So that's super helpful. Thank you for that. I think you've answered all of my questions, at least for now, and I will turn the floor back to Mr. Robert. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sandu. Next.
Would be me. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Sandu, for asking about the natural heritage system, which is pretty much the only question I have. There are some significant wetlands in that area, in Core Area 7, and while I note that there is a natural features limits plan, I'm wondering what specifically we're planning to do to sort of disallow any negative public enclosure and movement onto those properties to ensure that we don't have, with that many people in that area, I can see if there's going to be an interest in exploring the woodlands, but in doing so, they may damage that area. So I'm wondering what we would do to discourage that.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Grant, the trail system that's being proposed, one will be in the creek block along the edges, similar to what is occurring right now. And then the trail system for the enjoyment of the public will be along the periphery. It will not be through the middle of the wooded area. The wetlands that you noted within Core 7 are to be protected, as they always are. There is provincial significance to those. So they are being captured in the EIRFSS. There is the drip line plus 10 meter setbacks. There's the wetland setbacks. There's all these factors that are being included into the creation of that natural heritage system block as per the North Oakville Creek Subwatershed Study. And there's a team of town staff working on that collectively with all the developers in the properties that I mentioned to Councillor Sandu that were in that near vicinity of that blocks or of that Core 7. So we're not introducing people into the wooded area. The people will be introduced with a trail around the area.
Is there anything, though, to prevent people from actually moving into that area itself? I think most of us, when we're doing well, usually April spring cleanup, we find along trail systems, people are dumping. And the concern I would have is that somebody would break off from the trail, run deep into the forest and set up a little party town or something like that.
We have operations and park staff that routinely monitor the trail system. And if they see that there is grass clippings dumped over the fence line or trees being cut or areas where kids want to have parties deep in the woodlot, we'll know about it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, is it you, Councillor Chisholm?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you very much. In page 63 of the report, the Burnhamthorpe Road character study, Mr. Thun, could you clarify what between the regional road of Burnhamthorpe, assuming Burnhamthorpe with the William Halton Parkway? I'm a little confused how that's going to work. Is the name going to change, or is there a difference how these roads are going to work? We're assuming part of it, and it's still the other part's still region. Can you just clarify what that means?
As far as I understand right now, as of the end of last month or beginning of this month, the area from 6th Line east towards 9th Line was conveyed to the municipality. The area to the west of 6th Line has not been conveyed yet. Okay, it will be conveyed in the fullness of time. The character study does provide for a 24-meter right-of-way, which is the town standard, and it will then recognize that the William Halton Parkway would be open for regional traffic, and this would be more local traffic.
Is it to assume that the character study, corridor study, was from both sides, east and west? Is that a complete character study? Is it done by the town, or was it done by the region?
It was done by us, and it was done collectively, and it runs from basically Niagawa to 9th Line. Okay, so we're looking at the nature of the uses that are beside it. We're looking at the grade changes because the road goes up and down. We're looking at the ability for putting proper lanes and urbanizing the rural cross section. There's aspects of sidewalks, and pedestrian connections. And we also have Jill Stephen on the line from engineering and construction that could help out further on this. Sorry, Jill.
Yeah, Rob has covered it quite nicely. We did finish the character road study in 2014. It was focused on the areas of Burnhamthorpe, which will become town roads. As Rob mentioned, the section from 6th Line westerly over towards Niagawa is still a regional road. And will be until such time as that parallel section and connecting section of William Halton Parkway is constructed and open to the traffic. So at that time, our colleagues at the region and our staff will work together on the appropriate reports to transfer the road into town ownership. This was identified through the region's road rationalization exercise back in 2015.
Jill,
we'll be working towards that.
Just a follow-up question with that, and you know the sensitivity we're having with West Lakeshore Road with respect to trees. Is there any indication in that report that was completed how many trees, mature trees, would have to be removed from that area of Burnhamthorpe?
Through Mayor Burton, no, that report did not get into that level of detail, but it was a character road study, so it was really trying to protect and reflect that different designation for Burnhamthorpe. And as Rob mentioned, some of that characterization is based on the topography of the road as well as the things that we have on either side of the road.
So we did not identify what trees had to come down in order to for the development of that roadway.
Through Mayor Burton, no, there wasn't a count of the number of trees done at that time.
Thanks, Jill. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Mayor Burton, my question is for the applicant. And I think you mentioned he's or she is available.
They are available. Ask your question, and we'll hook them up to answer you.
Okay, thanks very much. So my question's around climate change and about building sustainability and your vision for your property. And if you have considered that if you will build or design the site with a better than building code standard around energy efficiency and things like that. If you could just share with us perhaps how you see that potentially coming to life on your property.
Mr. Fay and/or Mr. Tam, would one of you like to field that question?
Sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me okay now?
We hear you very well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. Thank you, Councillor, for a very good question. I may not have as good an answer as the question, but I recognize that the builders who will be building in this particular subdivision, once it has been serviced and registered, will be Rosehaven Homes and Starling Homes. They have built in the subdivision Kitty Corner to this property. The first phase of the historic development that is under construction, and the reputation of those two builders is a very high reputation. So in terms of the approach for this particular subdivision, you're going to benefit from having two experienced builders who have built in Oakville for many years. They design a very high caliber of product. They review their drawings very carefully with the urban design staff of the town of Oakville. There is architectural control with respect to the design and siting of the buildings, and the variety and the type of residential units proposed provides for a couple different lot sizes for single detached dwellings and 3 different types of townhousing with several elevations for each type. So I think you're going to find a lot in terms of the architecture and the variety in homes, and certainly to the extent that the building code is constantly being updated with respect to standards. Those builders will be building to the highest standard required in the building code. I can't commit to how much further those builders will go. A lot depends upon the marketplace demand, depends on the code, and the what the builders themselves wish to do in terms of their reputation with respect to providing excellent product for the public to purchase.
Thank you, Mr. Fay, for your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. I hope that, I guess my follow-up question is, and I guess it's to staff. So at some point, is there a direct conversation with with Rosehaven in terms of their building design, et cetera? It sounds like there's additional parties involved in this site.
I'm sorry, Councillor, was that a question for David Fay again, or was that the question to Mr. Thun? Or?
No, it's for Mr. Thun, I think. Yeah.
Through your worship, the Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel, that is something that we can take offline and convey your concern with regards to the built form. The majority of the time, they do look at the building code as a minimum standard. The one benefit that I do from a climate change perspective is we're protecting a lot of land here with regards to the natural heritage system and the creek blocks. So it does go to the extent of assisting with matters such as environmental protection for climate change. We take it one step further and we can have that discussion with regards to the builders on the site, and we'll take that as a direction from you or from council to undertake that discussion.
I'd appreciate that. I think I take your point that we're doing lots to protect the natural heritage system. The actual built form can have a major impact on energy efficiency and carbon emissions. And if you would consider doing that, that would be great.
Great. I will do that. Thank you, Councillor.
All righty. Councillor Sanju.
Second time. Thank you, Mayor Burton. I actually have a follow-up question. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel actually just jogged something for me for Mr. Fay. Mr. Fay, Councillor Palmer and I actually attended the statutory public meeting with the developer at the time. And we noticed that there was additional homeowners in the area. So we're kind of noticed when we look at the grand scheme of the map, it kind of looks like a little bit like a jigsaw up at the top as we get closer to Burnham Brook. because there are existing landowners there. I was wondering if you've had additional discussions with those landowners, because I know that they had some concerns that they'd raised at that meeting.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for that question. You're speaking of Mr. Costa and his company, and we will be entertaining with Mr. Costa discussions about the various residential uses that we see along that south side of Burnhamthorpe. He has a certain vision for his property, and we're going to try and see the best we can do together with respect to that development and see if we can come to some kind of common vision in terms of the density and the housing type and those types of questions.
For that, and I think it's just kind of a joint comment to both yourself and Mr. Thun, the building code. So I think this council has raised significant concerns in the past with regard to the building code. We've even gone so far as going back to the province and saying the building code requires an update. And I'll just kind of leave this here. I realize that we don't have the tools available to us to change that. However, the building code seems to be a very low bar. What people are being provided and what they're being sold are two very, very different things. And if we're going to be saying that the building code is our threshold, then I'm concerned for the residents that are going to be in this area. Because putting them into a home, where Councillor Theo's points, that might be less carbon efficient or even lacking in basic day-to-day necessities like toilets and working toilets, when one is only provided for an entire home that might have 4 to 5 bathrooms, those are concerns. And this is a concern not from one builder's perspective, but all builders in North Oakville. I think we need to be very cognizant of that going forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps Council would like to entertain a resolution asking the province again to improve its building code. And if you're interested, contact me offline. Are there any other questions on this item from anyone? Thank you. Shall we turn to Mr. Charles and ask for what issues he's identified from our conversation to be added to consideration on this file? Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The two additional comments that I had heard, the one from Councillor Grant is what will we be doing to ensure that we maintain the integrity of the NHS? And from Councillor Theo, look for opportunities to enhance green building options, and I'm paraphrasing here, and other measures that we can look at for sustainable community design.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. Would someone like to move the recommendation? I only need one hand. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection, and Councillor Palmer's motion succeeds and it is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Fay and Mr. Tam, for your contributions, and Mr. Thun.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship.
If you turn with me now, Council, to item 6.3, the next public meeting report. This is the town-initiated official plan amendment for the Bronte Major Transit Station area. Our presentation is from Brad Sunderland, our policy planner. And if anyone is watching the live stream of the meeting and wishes to speak to the item, they can call 905-815-6095 and we'll connect you to the meeting. You'll be called upon to speak following the registered delegations, of whom we have 3 or 4. So with that, Mr. Sunderland, you now have the Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So this is the statutory public meeting for the town-initiated official plan amendment for the Bronte Major Transit Station area, which is also referred to as the Bronte MTSA for short. The staff report is found as agenda item 6.3. And tonight's presentation will include a bit of background and policy context for the study itself, but the main focus of the presentation tonight will be on the draft town-initiated official plan amendment for discussion and comment. Next slide, please. So this was just said, but I will reiterate, if anyone is watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca and wishes to speak to the item, you can call 905-815-6095 and we'll connect you to the meeting. Next slide, please. So the purpose of tonight's statutory public meeting is to present the draft town-initiated official plan amendment, which is attached as Appendix 3 to the staff report, or sorry, Appendix C to the staff report. Hear public delegations and receive comments from the public and council for consideration. No decisions are being made at tonight's meeting. Next slide, please. Notice of tonight's statutory public meeting was published in the Oakville Beaver on April 15th, and we mailed 796 mailed notices to 796 addresses, including property owners on the subject lands, as well as within 120 meters of the subject lands. We provided email notification to 138 email addresses, including the town's agency list and those who participated in the study process. We sent our e-blast to our official plan review email list, which is approximately 1,400 individual email addresses. And we also posted the notice on the town's webpage, including the project website, as well as the public notice page. And the town-initiated OPA being presented this evening was made available for public review on April 15th. Next slide, please. So planning in Ontario is governed by legislation and policies at the provincial, regional, and local levels. So all planning work carried out by the town must either be consistent with or conform to provincial and regional plans and policies. In regard to planning for major transit station areas, there are a number of policies that must be considered as part of the town's policy framework. The table on the right hand of this slide provides a high-level overview of certain key policies. So the Provincial Planning Act provides legislation that municipalities must follow, and the Act provides direction regarding protected major transit station areas and enables the option for inclusionary zoning in these areas. It also provides a modified policy framework for making appeals to the local planning appeals tribunal in regard to protected major transit station areas. The Provincial Growth Plan establishes the overall growth forecast for Halton Region to the year 2051, identifying the number of people and jobs that are to be planned for. The growth plan also provides the overall intent for planning in major transit station areas, including identifying the role of upper and lower tier municipalities. And the growth plan defines what MTSAs are and provides the minimum density targets that must be planned for. At Halton Region, the regional official plan allocates growth forecasts from the province to its local municipalities, and in doing so, it provides a regional plan for directing growth, including the identification and delineation of major transit station areas and determining the planned density. This work is being carried out as part of the region's ongoing official plan review, known as the Municipal Comprehensive Review. And at the local level, we provide a framework for accommodating growth and determine the detailed land use policies and plans to do so. This work is being carried out as part of the town's ongoing official plan review, of which this study is part of. Next slide, please. So as part of the town's ongoing official plan review, which is working toward conforming with the provincial growth plan, Council adopted Official Plan Amendment 15 for a town-wide urban structure, and this was adopted in September of 2017 and was approved by Halton Region in April of 2018. The urban structure provides for the long-term protection of natural heritage, public open space, and cultural heritage resources, maintains the character of residential areas, and is the foundation that provides overall context for where and how the town will grow, and directs growth to identified nodes and corridors. OPA 15 states that the Bronte GO station is identified as a major transit station area by the Provincial Growth Plan, and is identified to accommodate transit supportive growth and intensification. OPA 15 states that the Bronte GO station is a node for further study, and that's identified with the star symbol there. The study of the Bronte GO station is to provide updated and new policies to delineate boundaries, the mix of land uses, and the intensity and scale of development. Next slide, please. So the Bronte GO MTSA study was initiated at the Livable Oakville Council Subcommittee in June of 2018. And at this meeting, key study objectives were identified, and staff indicated that a consultant would be retained to prepare an area-specific plan for the Bronte GO MTSA. In December of 2018, Sejeki Planning was retained to complete the work required to develop the area-specific plan. And the study was broken out into 5 phases, which is outlined in the staff report this evening. So phase one included background research, developing a vision and guiding principles for the area. Phase two included the creation of development scenarios to consider how the Bronte Go area may develop. Phase three included the completion of a number of detailed technical studies required to support a preferred plan and included the evaluation of the draft scenarios. Phase four included incorporating all findings through the study process to develop a draft preferred area specific plan. And the first step of phase five was actually the presentation of a final area specific plan, which was presented to Planning and Development Council on March 8th of 2021. And that represented the conclusion of the town's consultants' work. And at the March 8th meeting, Council directed staff to prepare a town-initiated official plan amendment substantially in accordance with the area-specific plan, in consideration of comments received, and report back at a future statutory public meeting. So that brings us to tonight. So it's important to highlight that each phase of the study was supported by public engagement, including public workshops and information sessions, meeting directly with landowners, providing ward councillor briefings, incorporating input, as well as responding to public inquiries as they arose. The project was also supported by a technical advisory committee that provided detailed comment on the study as the study progressed. And the technical advisory committee was made up by staff from the town's various commenting departments, Halton Region staff, school boards, Halton Region Conservation Authority, as well as Metrolinx. Next slide, please. So the subject lands for the Bronte Go MTSA were delineated as part of the Bronte Go MTSA study and the development of the area-specific plan. And this was done in coordination with Halton Region, as the final delineation of the subject lands is the responsibility of Halton Region. The subject lands comprise approximately 146 hectares of land around the Bronte Go station and are generally bound by the QEW to the north, 14 Mile Creek to the east, the established residential community to the south, and Westgate Road in the employment areas to the west. Next slide, please. An air photo of the subject lands shows the general land use composition within the area. The area is currently occupied entirely by low-rise employment uses, including industrial uses. The Bronte Go station is located at the center of the subject lands, surrounded by surface parking for the Go station. The majority of the properties are paved and have minimal vegetation, and there are no parks within the subject lands, and the area has few amenities aside from the Go station itself. The Lakeshore West Go line and rail corridor run east-west through the middle of the subject lands, creating a barrier to connect the north and south side of the rail corridor. A utility corridor abuts the northern side of the railway, which can generally be seen as the green linear open space on the air photo. There are no existing connections aside from Third Line to the residential communities to the south, and there are currently no residential uses within the subject lands. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the proposed draft official plan amendment is to modify the text and schedules of the town's official plan, Livable Oakville, to implement the findings of the Bronte Go Major Transit Station Area Study and the area-specific plan. The effect of the proposed amendment to the Livable Oakville plan is to update the general policies and schedules to identify the Bronte Go station and the surrounding lands as a protected major transit station area and strategic growth area, update the policies pertaining to the Spears Road Corridor Special Policy Area, which would no longer apply to the lands within the Bronte Go MTSA, introduce new area-specific policies for the protected Bronte Go MTSA to enable redevelopment that is contextually appropriate, and to introduce new land use, building height, density, transportation, and urban design mapping for the area. Next slide, please. One of the first elements to be updated in the Livable Oakville plan is the town's urban structure to identify the Bronte Go lands as a protected MTSA and growth area. The town's urban structure is proposed to be amended, shown here on Schedule A1 of the Livable Oakville plan, which would change the subject lands to a growth area. So you can see the purple being identified. Next slide, please. The same boundary is also proposed as a modification to the Livable Oakville plan's urban structure proposed through OPA 15, which was adopted by Town Council in September of 2017 and approved by the region in April 2018. But it is currently subject to appeal at the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal. These modifications would take effect subject to the approval of OPA 15 and the final approval of the OPA. Next slide, please. Updates to the Southwest land use schedule in the Livable Oakville Plan would also be required, and the Bronte-Go MTSA would no longer be subject to the Spears Road Corridor Special Policy Area, and this proposed mapping change to the Southwest land use map shows the removal of the lands from the Spears Road Corridor Special Policy Area. It also shows the boundary of the growth area shown as the maroon purple color. Next slide, please. The new area-specific policies for the Bronte-Go MTSA are proposed to be included in Part E, Section 27 of the Livable Oakville Plan, and the policies follow the same framework as the Livable Oakville Plan's other growth areas. The plan includes a goal statement, objectives, development concept, functional policies, urban design policies, park and open space policies, land use policies, and implementation policies. And the area-specific plan is for the Bronte-Go area, also includes specific mapping. And so the next slides will touch on these sections of the plan. Next slide, please. The goal statement for the Bronte-Go MTSA is identified here, and it's based on the vision established in the area-specific plan, and provides that the Bronte-Go MTSA will be a transit-supportive, complete community centered around the Bronte-Go station. It will become an urban, pedestrian-oriented place, which is a focus for employment growth, including population growth that is compatible with its surroundings. Next slide, please. There are several objectives that are to be achieved as the Bronte-Go MTSA builds out over time, which includes the creation of an urban community with a multimodal transportation network and mobility options, a community that is transit supportive that responds to the impacts of a changing climate, a community that is vibrant and complete that provides the needs for daily living and has a sense of identity within the town, a community that is compatible with its surroundings, including existing industrial uses and the established residential neighborhood to the south, and a dynamic community which supports change, including employment and population growth. Next slide, please. The plan is broken out into 8 development districts, each of which are intended to have a distinct character in terms of its context, land use, and built form. There are 3 employment districts that support employment uses, including along the QEW corridor, along 3rd Line, and the lands to the east of 3rd Line. These districts are to be maintained for employment uses. And there are 5 mixed-use districts that support mixed-use development at varying scales and intensities, with the highest densities and tallest buildings directed to the station district nearest the GO station. The Wycroft District and Spears District are planned as predominantly mid-rise areas that support a range of employment, commercial, and residential uses. And the east and west transition districts at the south end of the subject lands are planned to provide for lower rise mixed-use opportunities and which transition down in height and density toward the established residential neighborhood to the south. Many of the mixed-use opportunities, including residential uses within the mixed-use districts, are predicated on land use compatibility assessments and certain existing industrial uses moving away from the area over time. Next slide, please. The plan provides for a number of functional policies that are to be assessed as part of the planning application process and achieved as the area develops over the long term. The Bronte-Go MTSA is planned to achieve a minimum density of 150 residents and jobs combined per hectare, which is in accordance with the provincial growth plan. The area is planned to accommodate a total of 8,200 residents and 18,600 jobs. It is important to note, however, that the overall mix of residents and jobs will be achieved over the long term and continually monitored. This plan sets out a growth and development vision to the year 2051. There are also stormwater management policies in the plan that support low impact development to manage stormwater and reduce runoff. They also direct that new off-site stormwater management facilities be provided as subsurface facilities and integrated with park and open space areas, which is a much more urban context. There are housing policies in the plan that provide that purpose-built rental, a mix of medium and high density housing types, a range of unit sizes to support a range of household sizes, and affordable housing are to be accommodated within the Bronte-Go area. The plan also provides policies that would enable the development of a future inclusionary zoning framework to apply in the future, and provides a definition of inclusionary zoning. The implementation of an inclusionary zoning framework must be supported by the completion of an assessment report, prepared in coordination with Halton Region, and may inform future official plan amendments. Inclusionary zoning essentially would require that a prescribed residential development provide a prescribed number of affordable housing units within that development, and that those units be maintained as affordable over time. The plan also provides direction for public service facilities, including where and how they may be accommodated with future mixed-use development. Next slide, please. Transportation policies are also provided to enable an improved transportation network for the area. The plans provide that road, transit, and active transportation infrastructure is to be accommodated, and a finer grain road network will be established to provide access and address for new development. The finer grain road network of local streets, shown in the blue dashed lines, is to be developed over time and acquired as part of future planning and development applications. Final rights-of-way and facility types are to be determined through detailed transportation studies or environmental assessments where those are required. One of the key transportation projects requiring a future environmental assessment will be the southerly extension of Westgate Road, identified as a future major collector road, which is the orange dashed line on this map, and which will have a grade separated crossing at the rail corridor. This is a key linkage identified through the area-specific plan that would greatly improve the north-south connectivity within the area. A key objective of the transportation network is to provide safe and comfortable environment for pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users, and designing roads using a complete streets approach. Special considerations for roads are also needed around the Bronte-Go station to consider transit facility needs, such as pickup and drop-off areas. The plan contemplates future transit facilities, including moving the bus terminal to the south side of the rail corridor in accordance with Metrolink's plans. Policies are provided to ensure that all transit facilities are designed with enhanced passenger amenity areas and the consideration of seamless mobility, making transferring between modes of transportation easy and convenient. The policies of the plan provide that the town will continue to work with Metrolinx to ensure that future planning in the area for this is aligned with this plan. The plan also provides parking policies, which seeks to reduce required parking standards where possible, supported by transportation demand management measures and programs. And parking is encouraged to be provided in structures or underground. A strategic approach to parking management for the Bronte-Go station will be required, and a future requirement as the area develops over time. The town plans to work with Metrolinx to realize the vision for the Bronte-Go MTSA. Next slide, please. Active transportation policies and plans are also introduced for the Bronte-Go station area, which recognizes existing and planned active transportation facilities along Wycroft Road, Spears Road, and Third Line. The policies also introduce new facilities as part of the Westgate Road extension, a trail along the 14-Mile Creek, subject to additional study, and connections to the Bronte-Go station, as well as an enhanced network of off-street, multi-use trails associated with planned open space areas, and those are shown with the green dash line. One of the main east-west linkages includes a multi-use trail within the existing utility corridor along the northern edge of the rail corridor, which could extend beyond the Bronte-Go station, and these connections would be subject to further technical study and review. The active transportation facilities are also shown on the urban design schedule. Next slide, please. The Bronte-Go MTSA is envisioned as an urban, pedestrian-oriented place which promotes walkability and provides amenities for daily living. And to achieve this, it's imperative that the design of this emerging community is a strong component of the decision-making framework for the Bronte-Go area. and the proposed official plan amendment provides an urban design schedule and associated urban design policies, which provide many of the key community building blocks that will shape the look of this urban community. Policies include the application of the town's urban design direction as provided in the Livable by Design Manual, the application of the town-wide urban design policies provided in the Livable Oakville Plan, as well as the potential creation of additional area-specific urban design direction for the Bronte Go MTSA. The urban design policies for the Bronte Go MTSA consider the public realm and improved amenity for transit users, the creation of a skyline with a height peak in the station district where the tallest buildings are to be directed, with buildings transitioning down in height away from this area. Streetscapes, including primary streets, which require commercial uses fronting the street edge, and secondary streets where commercial activity is also encouraged. Pedestrian access and circulation routes, including the active transportation network and potential linkage areas providing walkways between the Bronte Go lands and the residential community to the south to shorten walking distances to the GO station. Gateways to announce the arrival into the station district, which is to be the heart of this new community. Enhanced feature areas, which are enhanced treatments to the public realm to improve active transportation facilities. Mid-block connections are also identified where additional roads may be considered, and where they're not warranted should be provided as publicly accessible connections or laneways to enhance mobility throughout the area. The plan also provides for built form policies, which ensure that buildings have a transit-supportive built form, create inviting and comfortable pedestrian environments, and provide appropriate separation distances between buildings. Next slide, please. Parks and open space policies are also provided as part of the plan, and a conceptual park and open space locations are shown on the urban design schedule in the hatched green areas. A little faint on this map. Parks, open spaces, and transit plazas are to be provided in a timely manner to support growth in the Bronte Go MTSA. The precise size and configuration of the parks and open spaces is to be determined as part of the planning application process or as other public initiatives proceed. However, the approximate location should generally be provided in these areas as they help realize the broader land use compatibility objectives of the plan. Many of the parks and open space areas are provided as buffers between mixed use and employment areas. The plan provides for approximately 14 hectares of publicly accessible land for park and open space areas, and includes open space corridors, including the east-west corridor located way to provide active transportation opportunities, as well as a north-south corridor providing a buffer between planned mixed-use areas and employment areas to the east. District parks are also planned within or near to each development district, providing amenity to future nearby residents and employees. Transit plazas are contemplated in association with the Bronte Go station, providing enhanced amenity areas for people using the station, and a trail is contemplated along the 14-Mile Creek to take advantage of one of the area's only natural features. Finally, publicly accessible private open space, which isn't shown on this map, is also contemplated on individual development sites, which may be pursued by the town as a means to complement and add to the open space network and other objectives of the plan. Next slide, please. The land use policies of the plan provide for what uses are permitted where. One of the key considerations for where uses are permitted in the Bronte Go plan has been greatly influenced by land use compatibility considerations. There are several existing industrial facilities within the plan area which are required to be buffered from sensitive land uses, such as residential uses. As such, no sensitive land use is permitted within the minimum separation distance of a Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3 industrial facility as determined by provincial and regional guidelines. All development applications which propose a sensitive land use within the Bronte Go area will be required to undertake a compatibility assessment, including noise and vibration studies and air quality reporting, as the area is fully located within a potential influence area of one or more industrial facilities. Detailed policies are provided in the plan for how and when mitigation measures may be required, including warning clauses as part of future development agreements as applicable. As this area is intended to transition over the long term to a mixed-use area, which supports high-density employment opportunities as well as other mixed-use development, there are several uses which are not permitted, including new automobile sales and automobile-related uses, including auto service stations, and this is except for lands within the Eastern District, so those would still be permitted in the Eastern District. New Class 2 and Class 3 industrial facilities, as determined by applicable provincial and regional guidelines, would no longer be permitted. New outdoor storage and processing, and new drive-through facilities. Major office uses, institutional uses, and public service facilities and community uses are permitted throughout the plan area, subject to the land use compatibility policies of the plan. Within the office employment and business employment land use designations, uses permitted generally include office and light industrial uses, which are within enclosed buildings. A range of service commercial type uses in conjunction with permitted uses would also be permitted in certain contexts to support activity along the street edge. The urban center and urban core land use designations permit a range of uses, including mixed-use buildings, as well as standalone residential, commercial, and office buildings. However, certain contextual considerations are provided in the policies as to where certain types of uses should be located. For example, commercial uses must be provided on the ground floor of buildings facing a primary street, and employment and commercial uses are directed to portions of sites adjacent to some of the area's busier roads, including Wycroft Road, Spears Road, and Westgate Road. Within the urban core and urban center designations, where a development application proposes the redevelopment of an employment use or building, the new development would be required to provide space for a similar number of jobs to be accommodated. Next slide, please. The provision of minimum densities in the Bronte-Go MTSA is a requirement of the Planning Act. The minimum densities, expressed as a floor space index, are provided to ensure that the minimum density of 150 residents and jobs combined per hectare, as required by the growth plan, can be achieved by 2051. Higher minimum densities, shown in the dark brown color around the GO station, are centered around the station and reflects the area where the tallest and most dense buildings are to be located, with heights and densities transitioning down as you move away from the GO station. The lowest densities are provided adjacent to the residential community to the south and provide for a sensitive transition in built form to the established residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. The building heights in the Bronte-Go MTSA provide a concentration of the tallest buildings centered in close proximity to the Bronte-Go station, with building heights ranging from 5 to 20 stories, shown in the brown color. In the orange color, outside of the tall building area, building heights range from 3 to 8 stories, reflecting the vision for the Bronte-Go MTSA to become a predominantly mid-rise area. The lowest building heights, shown in yellow, are provided at the southern edge of the Bronte-Go MTSA, with height ranges from 2 to 4 stories. This is to provide an appropriate transition in built form and height to the established residential neighborhood to the south. In order to further implement and achieve some of the objectives for the Bronte-Go MTSA, the implementation policies of the plan provide for additional building height potential. Additional potential height may be considered up to a total of 4 additional stories, where the floor area that could otherwise be accommodated on a portion of a lot required to be dedicated for a public road, park, or other open space may be transferred to the retained lot or block and accommodated on the lot as increased building height. Also, this applies in circumstances where additional office space is provided, as we continue to encourage office and employment development. In no circumstances can the building height be more than 4 stories greater than the maximum height shown on this map. So within the area shown up to 20 stories, the maximum height would be 24. And within the area showing a maximum height of 8, the maximum height would be 12. And in locations where it goes up to 4, it could potentially go up to 8. And we'd still have to consider the appropriate location for where that additional height lives on that site. Next slide, please. The implementation policies of the plan ensure that as planning applications are received and processed by the town staff can ensure that the necessary infrastructure is in place to accommodate the proposed development, so that town staff can ensure that the required land use compatibility is considered and has been addressed, so that we can ensure that the design of the plan fits contextually within the broader planning area, and so that we can ensure that legally existing uses still have enough flexibility to operate or expand prior to full redevelopment of any particular site. The implementation policies also outline a number of implementation strategies, programs, and initiatives that may be developed in coordination with Halton Region and Metrolinx, including things such as area servicing plans, detailed station area planning, including a parking strategy for the GO station, streetscape plans, community improvement plans, among others. As the area grows and changes over the long term, town staff will monitor the area to ensure that the plan's objectives are being achieved and determine if any revisions to the plan are necessary. This includes the monitoring of the ratio of jobs and residents being realized within the Bronte GO MTSA. Next slide, please. So to provide some visual context for what all of these policies could potentially result in, this slide shows a 3D demonstration plan which was developed by the town's consulting team, and it is conceptual and for illustrative purposes only. But the view is looking southeast across the Bronte GO MTSA as though you were hovering above the QEW, and it demonstrates the potential full build out of the Bronte GO station under the proposed policies. Next slide, please. Since the Planning and Development Council meeting held on March 8th, 2021, which presented the area-specific plan, the following matters to be considered have been identified and will continue to be considered as part of the final recommendation to Council. These considerations include ongoing coordination with the region's official plan review, the potential to consolidate development districts as provided in the plan, the potential to add other urban design elements such as view corridors on the plan, requests received for specific properties, and including land use compatibility considerations. Matters to be considered also include comments which will be received at tonight's meeting and from the circulation of the official plan amendment to the town's agencies and commenting groups. Next slide, please. So tonight's statutory public meeting, identified with the star symbol, is being held in accordance with the Planning Act and provides an opportunity for the public and council to provide comments. No decision is being made tonight. Following tonight's meeting, town staff will review the comments received, meet with area landowners on request, make necessary revisions to the draft OPA as applicable, and will prepare a final recommendation report to council. A recommendation meeting is anticipated to be held by the end of this year, where council will be asked to adopt a proposed official plan amendment. Since this study is being carried out as part of the town's official plan review, Halton Region is the final approval authority, and any adopted official plan amendment by town council will be forwarded to Halton Region for final approval. And the final approval by the region is coordinated with the region's ongoing official plan review. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation, and the recommendations this evening are that the staff report be received, that comments from the public with respect to the draft town initiated official plan amendment be received, and that staff considers such comments as may be provided by council. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunderland. It's a very thorough summary that you've given us of an even bigger document, so we appreciate that. I have an indication of a question from Councillor O'Meara. Councillor O'Meara, you're up.
Thank you, Worship. I may have put my hand up early. I don't know if you want to let delegations go first and then let us tee off, or I'm okay either way. I'll leave it to you.
I would actually love to let it go that way. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Madam Clerk, we do have at least 3 registered delegations. Would you call the delegations, please?
And just so council knows, we also have 2 phone-in delegations. So our first delegation is Jim Levac from GSAI.
Welcome, Mr. Levac. Council looks forward to your information.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, okay, sorry, I was muted. My apologies. Good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. My name's Jim Levac. I'm with the firm SAI, and I've been asked to speak briefly to supplement some written comments that we submitted on May the 4th on behalf of our clients, and those comments are appended to the addendum agenda this evening. If you could just, the next slide, please. There we go. So our clients are the owners of 2200, 2220, 2240, 2270, 2260, and 2278 Spears Road, which are 6 out of the 10 owners within the proposed MTSA boundary located within the area in the bottom left corner of the slide that is outlined in red. The remaining 4 owners are currently in discussions with the group. There are also 2 owners outside of the MTSA at 2284 and 2300 Spears Road that we've identified, but they've made separate requests to the region with regarding their request to be included within the MTSA boundary. So this area or precinct that these lands are known, that are within is known as the West Transitional Area in the final MTSA area specific plan. And I guess they've chosen that name as it's the closest area to the existing stable low density residential area to the south. Our group are supportive of the MTSA study and acknowledge the effort that the town and their advisors have made to transition an employment area into a transit supportive mixed use MTSA. Our comments tonight are in response to the final land use height and density and phasing schedules in the final area specific plan. As stated in our written submission, our group did attend many of the earlier public participation workshops and was supportive of the previous option 1 scheme that proposed mid-rise heights in the vicinity of 5 to 12 stories on these lands. So they were somewhat surprised when the final plan came out showing 2 to 4 stories within this area. These landowners believe that as an area that transitions directly onto a low density area, that there should be no buildings backing onto that low density area, but rather that the existing vegetation and mature tree line that is there now should be incorporated into a publicly owned linear open space feature along the southerly limit of those properties. If you could just switch to the next slide. So this is sort of a section, a drawing of sort of what they're envisioning here. So what we're suggesting is that to provide a better transition to the residential areas to the south, the town considers shifting the proposed local road further south so that it functions as a single loaded road that separates any new development from the public linear open space buffer to the south. This way, all future residential blocks would fall between Spears Road and the relocated local road, as you see in this slide. We're suggesting that rather than 2 to 4 stories across the board, that building heights be greater along Spears Road, perhaps in the 8 to 10 to 12 story range, and that they terrace down as as you transition or terrace further south towards the road down to 3 or 4 story blocks. You can just put up the next slide, please. So what this is basically, so what they're basically saying is that we would ask, if the town could consider taking what's more of an angular plane approach. These lots are all about 150 meters deep, so you do have the depth to transition heights and density from Spears Road. And this section that's up in front of you now simply shows that we're nowhere near a 45-degree angular plane, which is sort of the standard that's used in an urban or suburban environment with these lots, but we're actually closer to a 20-degree angular plane. So in this instance, you'd have a wall-to-wall separation distance using the single loaded road with the open space buffer. You'd be looking at a wall-to-wall distance there of about 55 meters, which we believe is better than having blocks that simply back onto the existing low density area. Next slide, please. In terms of the phasing, the other point we wanted to make briefly just deals with the overall phasing of the redevelopment of the MTSA. The area specific plan identifies that the west transitional area is the least impacted from all classes of industrial emissions within the MTSA, and that this area could be the potential first phase of redevelopment in the MTSA. We believe that there are other locations within the MTSA that will for some time be more encumbered with emissions or may even be the source of emissions and choose to not relocate within the immediate future. So we believe that the population and employment projections should take this into account, and further that the 60 to 40 jobs to residents ratio should be reevaluated in this area if the intention is to attract residential mixed use transit supportive type redevelopment in the near future. So to summarize, Your Worship, these owners they're excited about the future conversion of these lands. However, they believe that a 2 to 4 blanket height restriction is somewhat of an underutilization of the MTSA, and we would simply ask staff to look further into that before this works its way into an adopted OPA. Next slide, please. And this is just basically another rendering of what we simply masked earlier from an overhead and a bird's eye perspective. I think the slides got somewhat out of order here. And then finally, the next slide, please. So these are the points that we've summarized in our presentation, and we appreciate the opportunity to address council on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information. Are there any questions of this delegation, or would you like to go on to the next delegations? Councillor Robertson.
Hi, thank you for bringing that forward. My greatest concern, knowing the residents that live along there and knowing what's happening in our other developments coming forward, is the transition between current existing and the fact that you're going in 150 meter lot, but you want to put up to 12 stories in that versus the 2-story townhouse type. We are not getting anywhere in other developments with current residents when you propose something that is much higher, and even your distance and your buffer, I don't think will make a great deal of difference. So I just want to throw that out to you in terms of the logic and the thinking of what we are facing right now as councillors with existing developments.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well, thank you for your point. I mean, there are different ways to skin the cat, and we're suggesting that the town give this some consideration. It's more, it's a pretty commonly accepted principle, typically in other urban or suburban environments where you're dealing with MTSAs. We usually look at a 45-degree angular plane. We're suggesting something simpler, and I'm not, suggesting 12 stories. There may be a happy threshold at around, 6 to 8 stories as an alternative if that's appropriate. We're just, we're just asking the town to look at something other than just, 2 to 4 across the board, that could achieve a greater street presence along Spears Road in the future, and perhaps get some more height and density into that area to support this node and this MTSA. So.
Thank you. I'm sure staff will take that into consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara, is your hand up for later or for now?
All right, for later, I'll take it down, Your Worship.
Okay. All right, thank you, GSAI. And Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Emma West from Bousfields, Inc.
Welcome, Ms. West. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening. As you've heard, I'm Emma West. I'm a partner at Bousfields. I'm here this evening to speak to you on behalf of Northbridge Investment Management. You have received input from Northbridge in the past with respect to the Bronte Go Major Transit Station Area Study. And in fact, it's their lands 2172 Wycroft Road that was listed in one of the final slides in terms of specific input that has already been provided with respect to the work that the town has underway. The site 2172 Wycroft Road is located directly west of the station lands on the north side of the tracks. So keep that in mind as I provide some comments. The site is approximately 2.3 hectares in size and is currently occupied by single-story buildings, all of which have commercial, industrial, and/or office tenants in them today. So as I said, Northbridge has been participating in the study process for the last couple of years, including attending the November 2019 community meeting and submitting some letters in 2019 and earlier this year, which I believe is a part of the package that you have. We have reviewed the materials completed to date by both the consultant team and the town, including the draft policies that were presented this evening. And we're generally supportive of the direction that the process is taking and appreciate all of the work and thought that has gone into the process to date. But we have a few comments to provide you with this evening, specific to the preferred approach. You saw on one of those final slides that one of our concerns relates to the height and density proposed for Northbridge's site. As I mentioned, the lands are directly adjacent to the station lands and have been included in the Wycroft district, which has proposed heights of 3 to 8 stories. Wycroft, 2172 Wycroft is within 100 to 300 meters from the actual station platform itself. And you'll recall that for major transit station areas, the growth plan directs that we look at the lands within 500 to 800 meters. So 100 to 300 meters from the station platform or the site that directly abuts the station lands is an important place for density to be located. 3 to 8 stories as a mid-rise form is quite low, and Northbridge requests, as you heard earlier, that the town consider increased height and density on their site, at least the east side of the site, but hopefully the entire site, for up to 20 stories in the high, mid-rise to tall building form. This is important, as I said, for getting the activity and the people around the station area, and again is in close proximity to the station platform itself. You know, parts of the site less than 100 meters away, or approximately 100 meters away. This is also important because in some of the earlier work, a community center was identified in the demonstration plan to be possibly located on Northbridge's lands. And in particular, in the southernmost part, which would be closest to the station platform area itself and closest to the station. A community center would have a large footprint and is a low density use. And typically in a higher density community, if a community center is going to be located in a mixed use building, you would need a large footprint for that building, which would be more likely to be in the podium of a tall building. And so in particular, if there was to be a community center located in the base of a building, it should be within a tall building in that area, located close to the station. Of course, Northbridge would like to discuss with the town in more detail any additional thinking in that regard. But again, in terms of the built form, even if that was to be a consideration, it shouldn't be a standalone building so close to the station lands and should be a tall building, as should the rest of the Northbridge site. And finally, I know there is some flexibility in the proposed policies with respect to the location of future roads. And generally, the direction is that there would be some flexibility in where it is located, not necessarily how many are required. And we request that the policies provide for those more detailed studies that were described to determine if as many roads that have been included as future roads in the concept plan are actually required, so that if in the future those roads aren't required, you wouldn't need an official plan amendment to demonstrate that they are not needed. Those are my comments. Again, we appreciate all of the work that has been done to date. We're generally supportive of the direction that things are going in, and we look forward to any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. West, for your comments. I found them crisp and clear and easy to understand. I appreciate that. Council, do you have questions for the delegation? Thank you, Ms. West. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Leo Longo.
Mr. Longo, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Yes, Your Worship. Good evening, Council, and especially it's a pleasure, having practiced in 40 years, to have the first opportunity to actually make a delegation in front of a councillor who shares the same surname that I do. So this is quite memorable. I can be very brief on behalf of our client, Rodenberry. Our client's site is located at the south side of the rail corridor and just to the west of the GO parking station. Over 15 acres of land in one ownership. You'll see from our written submission that we believe this is a most strategic and important site for the municipality to achieve its goals as expressed by Mr. Sunderland in his presentation. We have had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Sunderland and Ms. Childs last week, and we certainly hope that that is the beginning of discussions with them, which will continue over the next several weeks and months as staff move forward with considering this MTSA OPA and bringing a final version back to you. We clearly believe that our client's site is well located and situated to permit higher heights and densities than appear on the maps as they exist today. And we look forward to engaging with staff to discuss that with them and hopefully come to a point where we are able to achieve this development in a way that serves our client's interests and of course serves the broader public interest. I'm going to have to run off, unfortunately. I have another public meeting that's on right now that I have to go to. But my colleague, land use planner Andrew Everton, is on the line. And if anyone has any questions concerning the Roddenberry application, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to answer them. So thank you very much for your attention, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Longo, for your information, and I'm pleased that we were able to provide you with a unique experience. And Council, do you have any questions for the delegation? And seeing none, Godspeed on your way to your next Zoom, Mr. Longo.
Thank you very much, Council. Bye-bye for now.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
We have, excuse me, we have a phone call in from a Scott DeStephanis.
Hello and welcome, sir. Council looks forward to your information. Council, he is here. We're just bringing him on. Be patient.
Scott, I think you just need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We certainly can. Thank you very much.
Hi. Thanks so much for that. Sorry about that. I really just have a question at this stage of the game, in particular about the third line district and the eastern districts. I'd seen a plan proposal earlier this morning that said that those were to be kind of residential. So I just would like some confirmation that those are still, the plan there is to keep those commercial.
Well, let's see if Mr. Sunderland can give you some clarification on that. Brad?
Through you, Your Worship, to the delegate. Yes, so the third line district and eastern district, so all the lands east of third line, will be continue to be within an employment land use designation, so very similar to what's there today. So employment uses, commercial uses, and that sort of thing. So that mix will be maintained.
Great, and just one follow-up question to that then as well. The existing businesses that inhabit those areas, is the plan for them to be able to stay?
Oh yes, Mr. Sunderland, maybe you could explain the way that works.
So through you, Your Worship, to the delegate. So any time a property redevelops, it is at the choice of the property owner or business owner themselves. We, as you know, we put policies in place through our official plan to enable change. But for that change to be realized, it has to be acted upon by the owner themselves. So we don't force any of that to happen in terms of a business to leave. That would be at the decision of themselves.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Thanks for calling in. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
And our last delegation is also a phone-in, and it's Corbin Crawford.
Yes, Corbin.
Corbin, the next delegation, please. Welcome.
Our last delegation is also a phone-in.
Hello, Mr. Crawford.
Good evening. Scott actually covered off most of the concerns that I have. While listening to this evening, Jim Levac came across with the idea of a 19 to 20 degree sight line as a delineating line for the height of the buildings that are going to be adjacent to the residential areas, with a green space between the low density and the medium density housing. And I thought that was a wonderful idea. As a resident in the low density area, it would make it much easier for me to accept any of the changes that are happening north of me with that sort of plan. I noticed he did get a little bit of pushback from it from another councillor, but I think that the residents of the area would be very happy to see that versus having the new development coming right up against the fence line. But that was all I had, because Scott finished off everything that I had to say.
Well, we appreciate you watching and bringing us that, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. This just in, we have one more delegation. Madam Clerk?
We have another phone-in delegation, Michael Golan-Chengo.
Hello, welcome.
Yes, hello. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident and an owner of a house at 527 Bronte Crescent, which is right next to the affected area. And I would support a request of the previous speaker plus the request of Mr. Labat, in particular, with respect to the green space, the existing green space, which is now is a strip of land with trees, some of which are mature, and this strip separates the houses from the current employment areas. So I would kindly request if you can consider retaining, saving those trees and leaving this strip as it is now, because I guess by the time when your development proposal will kick off, those trees are going to be even more mature and larger, bigger, so it would be an offense to cut that tree down. So I hope you would consider that and save those trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much for phoning in with that. It's good to have that kind of feedback. Madam Clerk, are there any more?
That's it.
Okay. Council, I've got an indication of questions from Councillor O'Meara and Councillor Haslett-Thiel. Councillor O'Meara, it's pretty much your award. You get to go first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, it was a real mouthful tonight, and thank you very much, Brad, for going through this in the depth that you did, and for the delegates as well, because there's a lot to take in here. I have a couple questions just based on a few regional implications here, and then some questions with regards to more town-related issues. So I'm just going to throw it out into the ether and hope the proper staff can jump in. I'm just curious, in terms of, it seems like there's a little bit of double speak going on here in terms of concern over the region's employment overlay. On page 99, we state that regional staff indicate that the balance of the Bronte Go MTSA lands will be removed from the regional employment area designation overlay following the completion of the MCR. But then on page 107, we still raise that as an issue that we're concerned about. So I'm not sure whether has the region said they'll remove the overlay, or are we concerned that they won't? I'm just, if you can clarify what the concern level is on the removal of the regional employment overlay, that would help me out a lot.
That's a great question. Mr. Charles, would you like to handle that one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the town's been going through the review for the Bronte Go MTSA, we have raised a number of things with the region, not the least of which are the points that the councillor raised. As we're working through the finality of the study, we will continue to have those conversations with the region to confirm that, in fact, we have resolved all of those issues. So I know Ms. Childs is on the line as well. I don't know if there's anything further that she wants to add, but generally the thrust is that we do want to ensure that we're resolving those matters with the region.
Sounds like close but not yet. Ms. Childs, do you want to add any other refinement to that? Well, Ms. Childs, someone has to unmute you.
Is that better? Through you, Your Worship. I think Mr. Charles has covered it. The only addition I would make, we were hoping that we could get it done through the ROPA 48, which we're going to talk about later this evening. But it looks like we're going to try to work with the region through this for the final NCR process for next July.
Okay, I think Councillor O'Meara, as a regional councillor, probably understands that perfectly. Am I right, Mr. O'Meara?
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I just so we've got a 2-track fight going on here, which is understandable, and I've got that. So just to move on to the next question, and we heard from a lot of the delegates tonight talking about height and where are we putting height and density, and many of those landowners would like more density. Again, for those of us at Regional Council, we've recently approved the request to review hard urban boundaries, stop on sprawl, these sorts of things. But it seems like, again, this 60-40 split in terms of employment land and residential is a bit at odds with where we want to focus our density and where we want to grow, being as we have to grow. So if it's not the 60-40 split that the town has suggested they have concerns over, how do we get to an operational element of where that split needs to be, or how do we take that higher level planning and pull that down to a land by land, property by property sort of density, as we heard many of the owners tonight were saying, well, what about us? What about us? And I guess, so if you can answer that maybe, and maybe just with the caveat, I guess all of the densities we've got in there now is justified by the 60-40 split. Am I correct in that?
So through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, and I'm sure you can appreciate the challenge of working with the regional policy context and trying to create an implementing official plan amendment for Bronte Go on a site-specific level. It does create different tensions here and there. What we've tried to do is create a flexible policy framework at the local level that we can respond and continue to monitor. It is a long-term plan to 2051, so we will check in to review the ratios that are being achieved, and if those continue to be realistic. Right now, the densities that are provided between jobs and residents, a lot of that was informed by the transportation work that was carried out as part of the Bronte Go MTSA plan. Knowing that, and I'm not a transportation expert, however, what I do know is that the jobs and employment actually have a higher, modal split, and we are required to achieve a certain modal split to ensure that our transportation network stays functional, stays operational. Given the level of development that will be realized around the Bronte Go station, there will be congestion, some of which might be good to achieve some of that walkability and getting people out of their cars and changing to alternative modes. However, what the findings of that study showed is that the employment needed to remain high to achieve that modal split that was needed. So that was informed there. We also had, from the get-go, it is still today an employment area, and that transition over the long term to a more mixed-use area, we still wanted to ensure that we achieved a number of jobs within this area, and that's a concern we've heard very clearly from the region, is to maintain a strong employment focus in this area. So we've tried to balance all of these objectives and and interests and provide a policy framework that was, I guess, resilient to responding to some of these challenges. I don't disagree that the ongoing conversations need to be had prior to a recommendation coming forward to understand exactly where we're going to land.
Well,
that's,
I appreciate that. So I basically heard that we tried to accommodate regional concerns and we tried to go off a transportation study. I think this is our plan that we're asking the region to approve. We are trying to shoehorn residents into stable residential neighborhoods, into areas that the communities don't want them to be, into greenfield spaces. And here we have an opportunity to build and accommodate our forecasted mandated population growth. And I just think that we're doing a disservice to this area where we can accommodate what the pressures are in our town that we're being asked to accommodate, and do it with relatively less pushback from the stable residential neighborhoods and from a lot of the areas that we're seeing pushback in. So perhaps as a request at this recommendation report, we can consider that and maybe address that in the recommendation report that comes back when it comes back to council in terms of adding more of the mandated growth that we are told to take to this growth node, where I think it would be more tolerable than other places that we have all in our wards had to take over the past number of years anyway. So perhaps that we can take that away as a recommendation request, that would be great. I have a question. So the regional director of planning sent around a map to acting director Charles and yourselves with the 800-meter radius circle that went around the area. That map is different than, that circle is different than the circles we've been using. That circle does not include the property of 2284 Spears Road. All of the 800-meter radius circles that the town has been using encapsulates about 90% of 2284 Spears Road. So could we please clarify what the 800-meter radius is around the GO station, so that those two properties on the south side who we have received letters from who would like to be included in the MTSA can understand where their properties fall within those boundaries?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, we can provide clarification on the 800-meter radius and where that center point is falling on the map.
Thank you very much. Then just to sort of go off of that, again, we heard from a little bit about the two properties who want to be added into the MTSA here tonight. And we did see and hear from a couple of the residents and the businesses about the desire to have a buffer along those residential properties. I'm wondering if staff might be able to report back on what the town is legally able to do to compel current property owners to change their property, be it add a berm, maintain trees, do any sort of physical change to their private property that impacts the residents, and maybe what an analysis, what it might be if those extra two properties were to be included in the MTSA, and what some sort of a residential, what we might be able to do to deal with, and I'll be honest, frictions over decades between the industrial buttress onto residential neighborhoods. It has been ongoing and long-standing, and I think there's a bit of a disconnect between what some residents are afraid of and what they think the town is able to do on residential properties. And I think a thorough understanding of what our role is in that and what might happen if those other two properties are involved, if town staff might be able to just give us a little analysis on that, I'd be very appreciative. And that's everything, Your Worship.
Well, thank you very much. It's pretty good stuff, too. Thank you very much. Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I had two follow-up questions. My internet was a little bit in and out. I just wanted to confirm the amount of open space that is projected for this plan.
So through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, the plan provides for 14 hectares of park and open space, and that would include the lands that already form part of the utility corridor. That would be a joint access type of agreement that we would have to get to provide for those active transportation facilities, and it would be more of a passive open space area. So that's included in the 14.
Thank you for that. And does that include access to the trail system along the creek?
I would have to confirm on that before I provided you a definitive answer. I don't believe it is part of that 14 hectares.
So that's,
but I will confirm that.
Thanks very much. So that's 14 hectares. That's minimum that we could achieve, or is that aspirational?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, that is what's planned for in the plan in terms of land area. I guess in a sense, it's an aspirational goal to achieve that much parkland. We do know that there's likely going to have to be a parkland strategy developed to obtain these lands into public ownership. And it is quite a different context from a greenfield context where we can reserve land that hasn't already been built versus an infill situation where we have to, work with the existing property owners and achieve parkland that it has never been there before. So it's quite a different approach from what we're traditionally used to. But yes, it is 14 hectares is what we're planning for. We do have that parkland dedication fee as part of future development, and that can go towards achieving parkland. There is a policy in this plan, which I think is a little different than the approach that we've had prior, whereas that parkland dedication fees or parkland dedication dollars that have been accrued in this area should be used in this area to achieve that parkland objective, whereas before I believe it goes into a broader pot of money and used town-wide. So I think there is, and that's a discussion point still that's happening. I know there was some discussion before it made it into this draft OPA, but I really think that that's going to be further informed by our parkland strategy going forward.
Thanks very much. That was quite informative. My other follow-up is, you mentioned that Metrolinx is going to move the transit facility to the south side. Is that in writing?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, there was a master plan document. I believe it was dated December 20, mid-10s, I'll say, that showed a master plan with that bus terminal located on the south side of the station with access from Spears Road. So we were using the existing Metrolinx master plan for the Bronte GO station to inform this. And we had Metrolinx staff on our technical advisory committee as part of this, and they were aware that we were using this master plan. Not to say that that wouldn't be updated, but we have every intent of moving the station. And from the town's perspective, Spears Road is identified as being the regional transit priority corridor where we are intended to have bus service east-west through the town. So it would make good sense to have our transit terminal located directly off of that route. And so we continue to plan for that as part of our overall area.
So, thank you for that. I just asked that when the report comes back, if that could be further confirmed, because we had a plan for Midtown that had an extension of a platform that really was a critical part of the original design, and that seems to have changed. And I think that all the hard work that everybody's put into these plans, we need Metrolinx to be clear on what they will do and what is a possibility. My last question is, it's just around the chart that GSAI put up, which showed the 45-degree angle and then a different angle. Is it possible to put that back up again and just explain that one last time? Is Mr. Levard there? Do we have a copy of it?
Yes, we do. And it's a staple of planning textbooks. There's no problem coming up with this information for you.
So I guess my clarifying question is, so is the proposal that we would go with the 45-degree angle or the 19-degree angle, just for clarity for the public?
The delegate was suggesting that if we went with, he said that normally a municipality ought to go with 45 degrees. But if we went with only 19 degrees, those sites would be permitted, given their volunteering of this tree line and local road, the movement of a local road down in order to move, in order to create the distance that you see there between the existing neighborhood on the right and what would be Spears on the far left.
So thank you, Mayor Burton. I think that I just want to, I'm hoping that when you come back with your recommendation that this is something that will have been further explored. It has some interesting opportunities. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate those remarks too. Council, I have a couple of questions for staff to consider adding to their list. The first is, are we making the best use of these lands for our job creation, employment objectives for our community, and not underutilizing these lands? And further to the conversation between Mr. Sunderland and Councillor O'Meara, is 60-40 the correct ratio? Should 50-50, would 50-50 yield a better result for us? And I don't mean to suggest 50-50, I only mean to ask that some work be done to determine what is the best appropriate ratio. And second question that I would be interested to see some results on is two-part. 2A, will we be able to estimate the affordable housing yield from the inclusionary zoning policy? I'm a big fan of the inclusionary zoning policy, and as I understand it, that gives us the ability to specify what percent of a development would be affordable. And I would like to know, I'm not asking to set a percentage tonight or anything like that, but I would like to know what the yield would be from whatever policy were set, whatever ratio were set. And then the second part, 2B, is could we have that possibly by housing unit types? So in the growth plan, they go to some effort to name different kinds of housing types. And so it might be very interesting. And they even prescribe, I believe it even prescribes certain percentages for those. But whether it does or not, it would be interesting to know, if possible, what our objectives would be with regard to types of housing. And then third, is the Sejeki plan that underlays what we have here now, is it consistent with the emerging policy concerns of council with regard to a hard urban boundary and climate change and making good use of our growth places in order to continue to protect our stable established neighborhoods, our green space, and our cultural heritage landscapes and farmland? And then my final question would be, actually, I don't have a fourth one. So there, that's all I wanted to add to the list. And we'll turn now to Acting Director Charles to sum up the motion that will then look for a hand to move. Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You had me typing furiously there at the end to try and keep up with you. So what
I can give you my notes after.
Thank you. In terms of hearing from council, from Councilor O'Meara, ensuring that we have the right plan for the MTSA in terms of our employment population mix, specifically in terms of trying to accommodate our mandated growth, to look into that a little bit further, clarifying the 800-meter radius as well, and reporting back on the town's abilities to enforce regulations. Also heard confirm the moving of the station to the south side of the track when we bring back the recommendation report, as well as explore some other opportunities for identifying or shaping height, such as the angular plane example that was provided by Mr. Levesque. And Mr. Mayor, as you noted, are we making the best of these lands in terms of our employment opportunities? Is the 60-40 ratio the correct one, or would another one better achieve the town's goals? Will we be able to estimate the amount of affordable housing yield created through the inclusionary zoning policies that have been drafted? Could we take a look at the housing unit type and identify if that's a possibility against our town objectives? And is the Sejeki plan consistent with council's objectives relative to planning for climate change resiliency, protecting our green space, et cetera?
Thank you very much. Is there a hand to move that recommendation?
Sorry, Your Worship, could I just clarify one thing there from our director? Are they going to do an analysis of Mr. Levesque's 20%
Yes.
angle as well?
Yes. That's
perfect. Yes.
That's what he said in planner code.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
So would you oblige us with the motion? Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Let's see if we can turn to 6.4. This is the draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment by Cross Trail Estates on Trafalgar Road. And I take it that it's near Burnhamthorpe Road East. We have a presentation from Kate Coburn, who is the senior planner. And as before, this is an issue identifying item, not a decision item. And anyone watching who'd like to add issues to our list when Kate is done describing her issues can call 905-815-6095 to be connected to the meeting. And we do have a registered delegation already, Council. And Ms. Coburn, the Zoom is back in your hands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes, you are being heard perfectly.
Wonderful. So this evening, I'm in front of you again for a application for a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment submitted by Korsiak Urban Planning on behalf of their clients Cross Trail Estates, Trafalgar Road Oakville Developments, and TWKD Developments. The proposal relates to a subdivision that contains 232 residential units, a stormwater management pond, and a partial school block. And the report can be found as item 6.4 of tonight's agenda. And the purpose of tonight's meeting, as said, was to introduce the application to council and the public and to obtain further comments for review as it relates to this application. As also mentioned, if there is anyone watching a live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca and you wish to speak to the item, please call 905-815-6095 and you will be connected to the meeting and be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. Slide, please. The subject lands is comprised of 3 lots located on the south side of Burnhamthorpe Road East of 6th Line. The lands abut vacant lands to the south, which are currently subject to a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications, which council has recently had a public meeting to review at the fall of last year, as well as newly constructed residential uses to the east and north, and a natural heritage block to the west of 6th Line. Slide, please. The proposal relates to the redevelopment of lands for a draft plan of subdivision, which provides for the extension of Post Road from the subdivisions to the south, known as MGOS 3, which is currently under review as mentioned, and a new east-west public road connecting 6th Line and Post Road. There is also a new public road from Burnhamthorpe Road running southerly, which will connect to the new east-west public road. There are 232 residential units consisting of 72 street townhouse dwellings, which will have a freehold tenure, and 160 rear lane and back-to-back townhouse dwellings, which is intended for a condominium tenure. There's a stormwater management pond block adjacent to 6th line, as well as a partial school block between the pond and the future residential uses on the south side of the new east-west street. The property is part of the approved 2020 Regional Servicing Allocation Program. On-street parking is being reviewed to maximize the number of parking spaces within the development, which may include a combination of both on-street parking and visitor parking as part of the future condominium development. Road widenings are also required along 6th Line and Burnham Thorpe Road East for the upgrades to those roads. As heard earlier this evening, on May 1st, Halton Region transferred Burnham Thorpe Road to the town from 6th Line to 9th Line. And coordination of those road upgrades will be had with the proposed development and will be considered through the review of the proposal. Slide, please. Of note, there are 3 subdivisions that will complete this quadrant of the area known as Neighborhood 9. This provides for a park block and a school block. In addition to the subject site, one development is currently under review, and a public meeting was held in the fall of 2020. This is the area most to the middle of the screen. The other is currently draft approved and to the far south of the screen. Currently, the park, shown in the green area, and the school, which is shown in yellow, are blocks that are currently undersized, and the further coordination between the landowners is required to accommodate the required block sizes. The need for the coordinated effort has also been highlighted by staff through the previous public meeting for the MGO3 lands, and modifications to the subject proposal is required to address these issues. Slide, please. The subject lands are currently designated as neighborhood area and are further designated in the North Oakville Master Plan as general urban, neighborhood center area, and stormwater management facility. The North Oakville Master Plan illustrates a conceptual design initiated in 2008 for the development of the North Oakville East planning area. Deviations from the master plan have already been established with the modified road network to accommodate a natural heritage system area to the southeast of this area. Other road network options can be reviewed, provided the principles of the North Oakville Plan are maintained, which includes the provision for public roads. Staff will continue to review the development in relation to the master plan and the associated road pattern, as well as the requirements for the park and school block in this neighborhood. Slide, please. The subject lands are currently zoned existing development, as illustrated on the slide. An existing development only allows those uses which are legally existing on the day of the bylaw coming into effect. The applicant proposes to change from the existing development zone, to the stormwater management facility, institutional with modifications, neighborhood center with modifications, and general urban with modifications. All of these zones would align with the intended uses for the subdivision. Slide, please. In the next 2 slides, matters to be addressed will be reflected and evaluated through staff as captured within the report. Confirmation of the applicant as a member in good standing with the North Oakville Developers Land Association and as a party to the cost-sharing agreement. Reviewing the consistency of the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. Conformity and coordination of the draft plan of subdivision with the North Oakville East Secondary Plan and Master Plan, and considering changes to the configuration and alignment of the Settlers Road and Post Road has impacted the location and size of the required neighborhood park and elementary school blocks. And the applicant would be required to coordinate their proposal with the future development of lands to the south. Suitable outlet location for the stormwater management pond is required. The appropriateness and functionality of the intensity of development proposed on the proposed private roads. Slide, please. Conformity with all the applicable urban design policies, including built form, transition, and compatibility with adjacent properties, interface with the public realms, and vehicular access. An evaluation of on-street and visitor parking opportunities, the implementation of the EIR-FSS, and the timing of development relative to 6th Line and Burnham Thorpe Road upgrades. Slide, please. In closing, staff put forward the following recommendations for council's consideration. Any additional comments received tonight will form part of the record, and staff will continue to review the application and return to council with a recommendation at a future planning and development meeting. I'm here to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coburn. Council, we have Corsiac Urban Planning available for any questions. And otherwise, we'll just start in with questions. I've got one from, I've got Councillor Sanju, Councillor Palmer, and Councillor Adams. Councillor Sanju.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, and thank you, Ms. Coburn, for your presentation. That was very helpful. I just have a few questions, basically on timing. So staff has provided previous information about the urbanization of Burnham Thorpe and 6th Line, and I understand that Burnham Thorpe from 6th Line easterly is due for construction in 2024. That being said, the 6th Line north of Threshing Mill is due for construction sometime next year. Do we have a timeline on when this development will continue in the area? I just want to make sure that we've got road usage in space in place so that we can actually accommodate the folks that are going to be here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, at the present time, as I stated in the presentation, the application needs to be coordinated with developments to the south to ensure that there's an adequate park and school block. So prior to us understanding how this proposal will be modified to accommodate those needs will really be dependent on how soon staff would be able to bring a report back to council for a recommendation. That said, at that time, I think we would look at what remaining time would be on the time frame for 6th Line and look to see what tools would be available to allow staff any kind of temporary access that might be needed on the lands in advance of them being conveyed to the town. So those would be coordinated through Jill Stevens' group and the team that's working on the urbanization for 6th Line. And similarly with Burnham Thorpe, as that particular project advances, we would understand how we would be able to coordinate the planning tools we have available and the timing of this development.
That is caution or something that I'd be interested in seeing in our next report that comes back to council. The other couple of things that I want to flag for staff are something actually that you just mentioned is schooling locations. I didn't see anything notated in the report. And then as far as additional subdivisions and development timing in the area, if there's remaining lands in the area, can we get a better understanding of how overloaded those schools might be or how overloaded our roads might be so that we can understand this development a little bit better? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Councillor Sanju. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thank you to the staff for this thorough report. I wanted to clarify, you answered Councillor Sandu's question and you mentioned the school block. So just to clarify, the two developers with the separate sites have to come up with their plan for the school block before staff brings back a report to council. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is the approach that staff are taking currently. As was shown in the previous slides, the park block in itself could potentially extend through 3 different development proposals. And so coordination is key. The school block in of itself is bounded by Settlers Road and can only go northerly to ensure that that sufficient land is available for both. So coordination with the landowners, in this case, it's actually only 2, despite there are 3 developments, it's 2 landowners, would need to determine what the formation of those blocks would be to ensure that there is programmable space for both the school and the park block. So that is really dependent on how the owner of this particular property, the developer of this property, will be able to coordinate their site and make modifications to ensure that programmable space is encompassed as part of the park and the school.
Okay, and so once all of that's sorted out, we'll still be waiting on the funding from the ministry for that school. So if you could include in your report back to us, I guess the holding schools for the residents that move into this area, how many students are going, well, what schools will be bussed out to, because I think the high school students will have to be bussed out quite a ways. And then my next point, and it's something I've raised previously at council, I do have concerns about private roads, specifically for their width and how they can create a situation where there is inadequate street parking due to the narrowness of the roads, especially in our higher density areas. So can staff please add to the issues list their review of whether the use of the private condo roadways is considered to be good planning?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Adams and then Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much. I wanted to support Councillor Palmer's concern over the issue around the use of the private condo roads. I was looking at the transportation impact study from LEA Consulting, and I understand they're looking at using a 7-meter width on some of those condo roads, which is a pretty narrow road. And on page 29 of that report, it shows sidewalks on only one side of some of those roads. And I wonder if that in of itself is appropriate or not. So I wonder if, in addition, while you're looking, I know you already have noted the issue of whether it's appropriate in terms of the use of the proposed private roads, but specifically, can we make sure that the pedestrian facilities that are being provided in that section are appropriate?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. I believe Councillor Elgar is next, and then Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Question to Mr. Koziak. I know we've got 3 different names here: the Crosshill Estates, the Trafalgar Road Developments, and the TWKD Developments. Who are the developers behind that? I've got a family tree list of all the different developers, but I don't remember hearing these names before. And I wonder if Mr. Koziak can explain who they are.
Councillor Catherine McEwen is here to represent Korziak.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McEwen, can you unmute yourself and assist the councillor?
Good evening, Your Worship, members of the council. Yes, just to clarify, so Crosstrail is the Curban Group, and I believe the builder is Fernbrook Homes, and the other 2 are Crystal Homes.
Crystal? The people that used to have homes building on Bronte Road on the east side? That's Crystal out of Hamilton?
Crystal, yes, and
oh boy.
Then Curban has done a number of developments throughout the town as well.
Wow, okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate knowing that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel.
My question's similar to one earlier tonight. I'm wondering if the developer has considered or has ever marketed their homes with an energy efficiency plan, and if they would consider doing so.
So similar to the previous application, I'm not sure they've gone into that detail for this development at this time, but I know the builders have these packages as an option in the past. So that's something we can certainly work with staff.
So
similar to the previous application.
Thank you for that. But for specificity, I'm not talking about just an energy efficient stove or fridge, but rather true energy efficiency in terms of how they heat and cool the buildings. Have you ever known them to put those kinds of plans forward before all the properties are sold?
I'm not aware of the details, but we can certainly work with staff on that, similar to the previous application.
Thanks very much. And just as a follow-up, I'm not seeing from the staff recommendation, or sorry, the staff report, the climate lens statement around the project, which I believe is a standard now that's in all of the reviews. And I'm sure it's just an oversight, but if we could just make sure that that's been, when you come back, you speak to that, that would be appreciated. Thanks very much, Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Councillor Hazathiel. All right, well, it looks like I might be able to add something. I would like staff to report on whether a holding provision would be an appropriate way to help this this proposed development be timed so that the Burnhamthorpe Road construction and other enhancements to transportation in the area will be in place. So sort of a, if you remember our transit first vision, I would call this a transportation first vision. And if we could add that, I think that would be great. And so, Council, with that, let's turn to Acting Director Charles and get a motion on the floor for you. Actually, Mr. Charles, could we refine the point that the councilors made about the condo road and the parking by having a calculation of how much parking would be denied the community as a result of having a 7-meter road width?
We can add that in, Mr. Mayor, certainly.
Thank you.
And so that was the use of private condominium roads in this development, whether or not those are appropriate, along with pedestrian facilities, as well as a measurement of parking in terms of private versus public streets. To report back on the timing of the 6-line and Burnhamthorpe Road constructions, as well as the timing of green space in this area, as well as speak to the timing of schools for this area, how this development will affect school capacity. And if a holding provision would be appropriate to allow for the timing of this development to be coordinated with the construction of our transportation facilities in this area.
Thank you. All right. I need a mover for that. Councillor Sanju, thank you. Any objection? Seeing none, it's carried, and thank you very much, everyone. Let's turn now to what could be, I hope, our smallest amount of time, which is the housekeeping adjustment to our zoning bylaw. We have a presentation from Brandon Hassan, our planner, and Mr. Hassan, you have the Zoom now.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. If we can just have the slides up. Got a couple of them. Perfect. So thank you, Mayor Burton, members of council, and members of the public tuning into tonight's meeting. This is a short presentation as it relates to item 6.5 on tonight's agenda. The town-initiated zoning bylaw amendment to bylaw 2014-014 has been prepared by staff in the form of an omnibus housekeeping amendment. The proposal relates to technical and other formatting related changes to the document in order to assist with the interpretation and implementation of the South Oakville zoning bylaw. The report in Appendix A can be found under item 6.5 of tonight's agenda on pages 205 to 224. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to introduce the proposed changes to council and the public in order to receive feedback and then seek approval from council based on the recommendations put forth by staff in the form of a decision, again noting the minor and technical nature of the proposed amendments. If there's anyone watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca and you wish to speak to this item, please call 905-815-6095 and we will connect you to the meeting. You will be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. Next slide, please. So this is just a map of the subject lands as it relates to zoning bylaw 2014-014, so the lands north of the 407 and lands south of Dundas Street. Next slide. So these are the affected zones as per the omnibus housekeeping. So there's 8 zones in total affected by the proposed changes. Next slide. So this slide reflects various definitions identified by staff to date that required modifications and are captured within the staff report and draft bylaw. The proposed changes to these definitions do not alter development rights as they pertain to the existing zone provisions. Rather, they tidy up the wording to provide clarity on the permitted uses and performance standards. Next slide. So this slide illustrates the notes provided in the table of the staff report, which identifies that certain housekeeping items were either added after or removed after the notice was published in the newspaper. In numerous instances, as staff were preparing the draft bylaw, Some items were linked to various sections of the bylaw, which also needed to be modified, such as the definition of residential floor area, of which the definition was amended, and section 6.4.1 being the zero suffix zone provisions. However, in other instances, some sections were not captured in the public notice, and therefore an amendment cannot be made through this proposal as it would not meet the statutory notice requirements of the Planning Act. Staff will continue to monitor the effectiveness of the bylaw and its implementation in order to identify future housekeeping items to assist landowners and make the document more user-friendly. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, Mayor Burton, staff puts forth the following recommendations as shown for Council's consideration. Any additional comments received tonight will form part of the public record. And next slide. And that is the number again, if there's anyone that has questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. Madam Clerk, do you have any delegations?
There are no delegations for this item.
Thank you very much. We have questions from Councillor Hazlet-Deal and Councillor O'Meara. Councillor Hazlet-Deal.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Mr. Hassan, can you help me understand why we haven't changed or addressed the request of residents around the definition of warehouse under employment? I understand that there's a reason for it, but if you could speak to it for the public to understand, because it is of a serious concern for those of us that have had to deal with that definition.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Burton, and thank you to the councillor. Warehousing was not identified as a housekeeping item within Part 3 being the definitions of the bylaw, as the scope of this particular amendment is to tidy up definitions and provide a greater level of clarity as to what is actually permitted within the bylaw, while keeping within the existing wording in order to maintain the existing zone permissions. So therefore, if changes were proposed to warehousing or any other definitions that are not technical or minor in nature, which may change development rights as they exist today, that would require much more justification, studies, and discussion with the public through staff consultation to ensure that any changes that are brought forward align with the higher level policies in the town's official plan, the regional official plan, and provincial documents. So that wasn't a specific item as per the other omnibus list items that would be found to be minor and technical.
Okay, so it based on how you've described it, it is a bigger item. It does have an impact both on residential and employment use. So I guess my question is for Mr. Charles. When would we be able to engage more in a more thorough analysis to address this definition issue for the community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are a number of items which are on our list that are beyond just simple housekeeping. We'd like to be able to get towards that, get to that towards the end of this year, early next year. There's a number of other things that we need to capture first in terms of a comprehensive look at our zoning bylaw, including housekeeping for the North Oakville zoning bylaw. So these are all items that are on our list. So I guess just to summarize, we would like to get to that by the end of this year.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience and time.
Thank you, Councillor Hazlet-Deal. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks again, Brandon, for this. So my concern is particularly with number 14, modifying of the wording of grade established. Recently, Councillor Robertson and I found out that established grade can mean different, something different depending how far away you are from the water lateral. And a development that's about 80 feet away from where the main tie-in on the road, the grade needs to be increased 6 or 8 feet before they can start building the stories on top of that. So I'm wondering if this definition or the definition of stories can articulate or maybe set aside the fact that when we talk about existing grade, well, sometimes the existing grade needs to be elevated before a new house is even built. Thereby, when people think a two-story house is being built behind them, it's not on top of 8 stories of grading first before the 2 stories go up. Is that where this happens, or is that another one for Mr. Charles to add to the list a little later?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor to the council, it's a great question, and it came up through numerous of the staff discussions. It's a technical item, and in a lot of instances, I can speak from Committee of Adjustment experience. the numbers that are reflected based on the calculation, based on the defined term of grade established, represents that calculation. So the changes that are being made represent the physical built form of the heights and stories that you would see in a development proposal.
Okay, so it's not from existing grade, it's from when the development starts to get built, then it's from that. So I think that's where the disconnect is from residents when they see a development proposal and they say, well, it's 30 feet from grade or 10.5 meters from grade. What they don't understand is grade changes. And that 10.5 meters goes on top of another 2 or 3 meters of grade elevation. So I guess I'm just trying to get down to the nitty gritty of the wording here. When we talk about is grade or established grade, what is it that we're trying to clarify here?
So through Mr. Mayor, again, and it's exactly as you said, in terms of the established grade provision, I can pull it up and read it specifically if I find the bylaw. Sorry, just bear with me, my PDF is frozen. Yeah, unfortunately, my PDF's not cooperating, but again, I can speak to examples of building height. When you take the established grade, which is defined in the bylaw currently from the front lot line, as an example, if the building is set back a certain way and the grade elevation changes in that instance, the measurement that you're actually physically seeing is something that would be reflective of what is permitted. Just that number itself and the delta between the front lot line and where the building is positioned, as you said, is much greater than what actually is physically being built.
Okay, I think I've got you there, but it's very technical, and just so we know, on Hickson, north of there, there was a cul-de-sac and properties were built up, and they built the land up about 8 feet before they even built a house, and residents didn't know that a story of land would be built before they built the house on top of it, and everybody in staff was talking about established grade, and they didn't expect that the grade would change as they got that built. So just as long as we can highlight that things change, and what people think established grade as of today is not necessarily established grade as of tomorrow. But anyway, thank you from that, and thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Okay, I think it's time to look for a motion. Oh, Councillor O'Meara, your hand is up. Can I take that as a motion? Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, seeing no objection, the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. We now get to turn to our discussion items. And the first one, we have a little surprise. Councillor Dudek has something she'd like to do with this. The staff are available for questions. I think this is pretty straightforward. We've been doing this for 8 years now. Councillor Dudek, why don't I take a chance and recognize you? And we are putting on the screen your proposed motion.
Oh. Basically, Your Worship, it's recommending or endorsing the staff recommendation rather in tonight's report, but also to refer the issue of possibly increasing from the 90,000 to 120,000 for next year's, and that it be referred to the Budget Committee for consideration. We've had 80,000 since 2014, and that's been increased by 10,000. And as I'm sure Council Giddings would agree, this program is oversubscribed, and we have a huge amount of interest and support in the program. So that's why both Councillor Giddings and I are wanting to put this forward at this time.
Well, thank you very much. Why don't we see, so I'll take it that you're moving that. I actually said you were moving that. Let me see if I can call the vote, and we'll see if Council agrees with you. Is there any objection to this motion? Madam Clerk, I see no objection. Councillor Dudek, your motion is a success, and it's carried. Now, the main event of the night, the Regional Official Plan Review and the Integrated Growth Management Strategy and Draft Regional Official Plan Amendment 48. We have a presentation by Kurt Benson, and as I said at the start of the meeting, Mr. Benson is the Director of Planning Services and the Chief Planning Official for Halton Region. And all being well, he's with us now with his presentation, and when he's done, Kirk Bigger, our Senior Planner, has a town presentation to supplement the presentation from Mr. Benson. Mr. Benson, I see you. I notice you're muted. I welcome you to the meeting, and I thank you for the investment of your time that you've put into meeting with our residents associations and the Community Leaders Roundtable, and all the other extensive consultation that I've seen you at around the region. And you have the Zoom.
Great, thank you so much, Mayor Burton. Good evening, members of council. I'm very pleased to be with you tonight with an update on the Regional Official Plan Review. This presentation will cover two components of the Regional Official Plan Review, our Growth Concepts discussion paper, which was released in February, as well as our effort to put forward an initial scoped ROPA ahead of the comprehensive process itself. There are some key elements of urban structure that are important local municipal plans and priorities that we're trying to advance through an early stage ROPA, and that's ROPA 48. It's been a project approach for us to provide these types of updates to local councils at key milestones of our project. So our presentation will cover very similar content that you've seen either at the regional workshop in February or in one of the public information sessions that are ongoing over the past couple of weeks. We're quite busy with our consultation efforts these days. Following the presentation, I'd be pleased to respond to any questions that you have. Next slide, please. So in February, Regional Council authorized staff to release the Growth Concepts discussion paper. The paper describes four very different concepts for growth in Halton to 2051. For those watching the session, you can find the paper and more information on our official plan review at halton.ca/ROPR, standing for Regional Official Plan Review. The concepts were developed collaboratively by Halton's local municipal partners and were based on local plans and priorities as a key input. There have been a range of planning studies and initiatives that have been undertaken by our local municipal partners that will serve as important inputs for growth in our communities. These studies are valuable and in a lot of cases are either reflected in the growth concepts or will be reflected in the broader growth concept going forward. While the full discussion paper with attachments is over 600 pages long, I think the executive summary rings in about 10 pages and is a pretty easy read. There are a series of technical appendices that make this, or that actually ground some of the foundational information in the growth concepts discussion paper themselves. Those attachments really provide the technical basis and rationale for how the concepts have been developed and how they were assessed and evaluated overall. Next slide, please. Since releasing the Growth Concepts discussion paper in February, staff were directed by Regional Council to look at a couple of additional considerations for advancing our public engagement. So on April 21st, Regional Council directed staff to develop and add to the public consultation work and analysis that builds on Concept 3 and looks at a concept that we're calling Concept 3B that would add no land to the Halton urban area at all. So in the Growth Concepts discussion paper, you'll see that anywhere between 980 and 1,200 hectares were proposed to be added to facilitate additional or new employment uses to 2051. Council's direction is that we look at an option that has a firm urban boundary. So we've added that to our consultation, and that option is being profiled in our public information sessions, and there is an initial evaluation of that option profiled on the region's website. Council also wanted us to provide a comparative assessment of greenhouse gas emissions generated by each of the concepts. We have also done that work initially to support public engagement efforts. We will be doing a more comprehensive greenhouse gas emissions modeling exercise as a part of the preferred growth concept going forward. There was one other report that was commissioned by the region's economic development group that looked at COVID-19 impacts and its impacts on trends in the economy and employment. That also serves as an important report in informing how to grow and develop with respect to employment and economy. And so we are now highlighting that white paper on the Regional Official Plan Review website, and that will be discussed as a part of our engagement efforts going forward. Next slide, please. So in terms of the growth concepts, and I recognize that Town Council has seen some of this information through previous reports from staff, so I'll go through some of this fairly quickly and perhaps just rely on you to raise any questions that you have if you do see anything on the slide that is of interest. All 4 growth concepts have been developed to achieve the minimum intensification and density targets of the provincial growth plan. They are all similar in that at least 50% of new units are assigned to the built-up area, and that all new community-designated greenfield area is planned for a density of 65 persons and jobs per hectare. Now the base requirement of the growth plan is 50 persons and jobs per hectare. We know from experience of monitoring development in the greenfield areas, in particular North Oakville and the Boyne community in Milton, 65 represents precisely what we're getting on the ground today. The concepts really differentiate themselves between primarily by the intensification or densification rate that is provided in each. So you'll see in the row that explains the differences. Each of those concepts have a very different intensification or densification rate. And maybe I'll just spend a little bit of time. Intensification is the reference to the amount of units or the percentage of units directed to the built boundary. And the built boundary in Oakville is generally runs along Dundas. Whereas densification is a term that we're using to identify that there is growth potential in nodes that are outside of the built boundary that are already planned but could perhaps take on additional growth envisioned. So in areas of North Oakville, in particular along the Trafalgar Urban Core, is a good example. In Milton, similarly, the area along the Trafalgar Road corridor, which is going to be an important north-south corridor in this region for moving people through priority transit. In terms of the growth concepts themselves, I think the best way to kind of characterize them is Concept 3 directs the highest proportion of growth within the existing urban area, and Concept 4 directs the smallest proportion of growth to the existing urban area. And then 1 and 2 are kind of in between 3 and 4. And our apologies for the numbering. It just, that's how the project was established for us here. So next slide, please. So consistent with Regional Council's direction, there's a new concept. And so I guess what we've done essentially is we've split Concept 3 into 2. 3A is the highest proportion of densification, putting all of the growth in the urban boundary from a population perspective, but allowing for some growth to happen outside of the existing urban boundary for employment. Whereas 3B is both all employment growth and population growth to 2051 would be allocated to the existing urban designated area. Next slide, please. With respect to the different land needs, the provincial growth plan mandates the region to work with its local municipalities to define land required through different scenarios by using a land needs assessment methodology. It's a document that's published by the province that provides us direction for undertaking some land calculations. And what you see on the slide here is roughly the amount of land needed to accommodate either community area, which is primarily population growth, or employment area, which is jobs through employment land development. The amount of land to accommodate those in each of the concepts. Because Halton Region really only has two communities that are capable of expanding outward, and that's the town of Milton and the town of Halton Hills, you kind of get to see the proportionate split of land that is being utilized to accommodate the particular land required for community and employment purposes under each of the concepts. So concept 3B being the concept that requires zero new urban land designated, and concept 4, which requires the greatest amount of urban land designated at 3,300 hectares. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a bit of a breakdown of the proportionate share of population growth that each concept allocates to the local municipalities. And you can kind of see with respect to Oakville, obviously, because of a lot of the work that's being done or has been done by the town in defining a very clear urban structure. Concept 3, for example, provides the highest proportionate share of population directed to those strategic growth areas. Whereas concept 4 would likely be the lowest, where a higher proportionate growth would be allocated to those municipalities that would accommodate growth on greenfield areas. And maybe I'll just pause to say that the purpose of the concepts is really to provide a good look at the range of selection that we have as a means to really understand what choice we have and to evaluate those choices based on some key criteria, which I'll get to later in the slide deck. Next slide, please. So you see on this slide, similar concept where we look at the proportion of employment growth that each concept allocates to the local municipalities. And so while and I'll just note here that while the specific forecasted breakdown is provided for concept 3A, concept 3B, because of there's a bit of uncertainty that I'll get into in later slides, we just didn't have enough or a high degree of confidence to kind of pinpoint what that proportionate share would be. But I'll share some further information in the coming slides. Next slide, please. So the next few slides will all look very similar to this, and we'll go over each of the concepts kind of in a bit of a dashboard fashion, where in the lower right-hand corner you kind of see the proportion of geographies that the proportion of housing allocated to each of the geographies that correspond to the maps by color. So you'll see, the orange, the built-up area, the green is the existing designated greenfield area. The gray being additional high-density units in the existing greenfield area, so that's that densification component. And then new greenfield growth would be that maroon and that pink color at the very end. This slide kind of gives you some perspective in terms of what the new housing unit makeup looks like. So in concept 1, it's a 60% densification, approximately 90,000 new apartment units to accommodate that growth versus about 56,000 ground-related units, which are more of single-family homes and townhomes, more ground-related building stock. And then on the left-hand side, you kind of see where the concept does require new urban land to be added, the proportion of land that is attributed to the community area or population growth, and in which municipality, and the proportion of land attributed to employment, and the proportion of employment land allocated to either the town of Milton or the town of Halton Hills for new greenfield area. moving on to concept 2, you see a higher densification rate, a little bit smaller area required for urban expansion with concept 2. You see a marginally higher proportion of units directed to the built-up area, 52%, and the greenfield area with a smaller proportion allocated to new designated greenfield area. You also see a higher proportion or a higher reliance on apartment units for growth. So 106,000 versus 68,000 for ground-related units. And on the left, you can kind of see the proportion or the total area required by this concept for urban expansion and where those urban expansion areas are on the map. Next slide, please. So concept 3A, because 3A does not have any expansion for new community area, it only has expansion for employment area. You see that it's a higher proportion of units directed to the built-up area and the existing designated greenfield, with even a higher proportion designated or allocated to existing greenfield areas and growth nodes in greenfield areas. And again, similarly, as we focus inwards, the growth needs to be required more and more in an apartment form versus a ground-related form. Albeit this concept still does provide for approximately 56,000 ground-related units capable of being developed in the time frame. Next slide, please. So in terms of concept 3B, so similar to concept 3A, no urban boundary expansion for population growth and no urban expansion for employment growth. All forecasted employment growth would need to be accommodated by a shift to major office. So that's one way that we're looking at meeting those projections on the jobs front. It also would likely involve some reliance on intensification of existing employment land to a significant degree. And I think that's really, I guess part of the challenge that we have with 3B at the current point is, it does represent a significant shift of accommodating jobs in that manner. And I think quite relevant to some of the discussion that was had tonight earlier, and perhaps I can cover off some of those points as I go through the presentation. Next slide, please. So, and again, just a slide to provide a little bit of information in defining land needs for employment or job growth. Land needs assessment methodology that has been prepared by the province considers employment growth falling into 4 different categories. It's either in rural, it's either population related, which is really your the growth of those restaurants and personal service jobs that come with or follow population. A lot of the institutional jobs do that as well. Major office jobs or the professional jobs, as well as employment land jobs. And I think with respect to some of the assumptions that we're looking at for concept 3B, it would require a pretty significant shift out of that employment land category and either into the major office category or potentially intensification of existing employment land designations across the region. And there are some inherent challenges in that. Next slide, please. And then finally, concept 4, we have, again, the lowest amount of intensification or densification. This is really meeting the bare requirements of the provincial growth plan with respect to the intensification rate, requiring a significant urban boundary expansion for both community or population growth, but as well as employment growth. Next slide, please. So as a part of the growth concepts discussion paper, the region worked with our local municipal partners to test different employment land conversions, in particular those conversions that were identified early on in our process as being strategically important to the municipality. So the employment land conversions that were included in all of the growth concepts and ROPA 4.0 are kind of those listed in that top row. I just wanted to mention that we did test a partial conversion of Bronte Go, and I can perhaps provide a little bit more information in some of the discussions that we've been having with the town staff on that initiative and moving that forward. With respect to some, there were some employment conversions that were only tested in a couple of the concepts. Some of the larger, more significant ones, for example, in particular, the Trafalgar GO station in Milton and the Egerton area, for example, were tested in a select number of the concepts. And again, the reason for that is just to get a sense of trying to understand how those conversions actually played a factor in the overall land needs accounting that we've done for the concepts themselves. Next slide, please. So the growth concepts discussion paper addresses the full range of requests that were received by staff for the conversion of employment land. And here we have a slide that identifies the several requests received in the town of Oakville. And based on staff's initial assessment of these requests, you'll see that we are supporting a good number of those requests on the basis that there exists a great potential for those to accommodate, mixed-use development and densities. And then some identified as for further analysis. And again, I'll provide a little bit more information on the Bronte Go example further in the presentation. Next slide, please. So an important part of the growth concepts discussion paper is the evaluation. The evaluation can be found in Appendix K of the discussion paper. Council in May of 2020 endorsed an evaluation framework. The evaluation framework is organized around these four themes. And rather than being a strict mathematical or quantitative evaluation, we felt it was important that the evaluation had to be qualitative and really get to how do we initiate a conversation in the community around trade-offs. There are certain concepts that have advantages, perhaps when viewed against certain community planning objectives, but perhaps when viewed against other planning objectives have a very different result. And it was important to understand where some of those trade-offs were happening. The other important thing is that the way that the growth concepts have been defined, that this is not a pick one and let's go with it. It's very much, there may be aspects or qualities with respect to one concept that feature good options or choices that we might want to adopt. The preferred growth concept very well may be an amalgam of a couple of different qualities or features of the concepts themselves. So that's an important thing that we're trying to convey through the PICs. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to take you quickly through a bit of a summary of the evaluation. I think not surprisingly, those concepts that embrace higher intensification or density, better foster mixed-use development, they contribute to a stronger urban structure more broadly. Concepts 1 and 4 provide a bit of a better balance in terms of unit mix, and again, that's perhaps given the perspective of the fact that some of the higher the concepts that rely on a greater amount of densification are more weighted to the apartment unit as being the prevailing unit to accommodate growth. In terms of growing the economy and moving people and goods, I think all concepts were weighted relatively similarly. There were none that really actually stood out, I think, but with the exception of the fact that concepts that direct growth to more growth to strategic growth areas are really better suited to support transit and multimodal infrastructure and really capitalize on some of the public investments being made in public transit. Next slide, please. from a transportation perspective, no one growth concept really came out in terms of being a preferred. All growth concepts use the existing capacity for the road network. 3A and B and 4 exhibit a potential for marginally higher transportation capital costs. And again, similar to the comment made in the previous slide, I think the concepts that exhibit a higher or direct a higher proportion of growth to those strategic growth areas, again, have the greater potential to capitalize on and support public transit infrastructure. When it comes to water, wastewater, I think the location and configuration of growth has a direct impact on capacity and size of regional infrastructure. So, intensification obviously has a better utilization rate with respect to existing water, wastewater infrastructure. And I think, no surprise that 3A and 3B exhibit potential for lower water, wastewater capital costs overall. And similarly, with respect to financial impact assessment, there was an initial financial impact assessment prepared. It does have regional costs, but also factors and assumptions built in for local community service costs as well. Concepts 1 and 4 seem to result in a slightly more favorable regional financial impact. But what we're seeing is the higher rates of intensification. There's just some uncertainty in terms of the overall revenues generated from those unit types. And again, it was a marginal result, and so I'm just keeping that in mind. Next slide, please. When it comes to some of the key findings in this theme in particular, no surprise that concepts 3A, 3B retain the largest amount of agricultural land, protect the greatest amount of agricultural land, while none of the concepts encroach into the natural heritage system. 3A and 3B best achieve, minimizing natural heritage system fragmentation and adjacency of new urban development to important natural heritage system assets that we have. We're mandated by the province to make sure that we're protecting mineral aggregates. In the long term, those aggregate supplies are generally where prime agricultural areas are, and so 3A and 3B exhibit the greatest potential for protecting those assets. And I think when it comes to climate change, all 4 growth concepts they exhibit the same or generally the same level of emissions. However, there is some variance, and I will provide a little bit more information on that. Concept 3A would achieve compact built form, and again, has the greatest potential for the highest utilization of transit, resulting in fewer transportation emissions overall. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, Regional Council directed staff to provide a comparative analysis with respect to greenhouse gas emissions. We took advantage of detailed emissions analysis done for one of our local municipalities, which served as a basis for some of this information. So these results that we provided here are considered high-level estimates and really not necessarily the outcome of detailed or rigorous modeling. But comprehensive greenhouse gas emissions modeling will be done as a part of this project in the next stage of the project. The method used to model the emissions, we're really looking at energy use and emissions for new buildings, as well as transportation that were assessed on a per capita basis. These were all expressed as tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. And the analysis examined emissions intensity by dwelling type, average emissions per employee, and emissions per vehicle based on location. Next slide, please. So in terms of some of the preliminary results, I think it's pretty clear. I think concept 3A has the least amount of emissions per capita, which is largely driven by reduced emissions in residential buildings and personal use vehicles. But generally, the other concepts were within a 1 to 3% range of that result. Although concept 3B was not explicitly reviewed as a part of this emissions modeling, it's our hypothesis that it would perform similar or even better than Concept 3A as a result, given that it would be providing greater intensification of those employment uses to the urban boundary. Next slide, please. So this slide provides kind of a depiction on how climate change considerations relate to growth management decisions overall. So transportation and buildings are the two biggest emitters of greenhouse gas emissions in Halton. So in order to achieve climate change objectives, reduce transportation emissions, the number of trips by car must be reduced and the use of electric vehicles must increase. But there are certain things that we can do on the land use planning front to help facilitate emissions reductions. For example, by reducing distances between where people live and work, ensuring access to transit infrastructure, and prioritizing transit and active transportation in our right-of-ways helps people get out of their cars. From a building emissions perspective, emissions can be reduced through the use of district energy systems, which are low carbon thermal energy networks. There's also opportunities to integrate renewable energy generation into new developments going forward. So land use implications to reduce building emissions include supporting urban areas to provide energy generation themselves, looking at energy distribution hubs, identifying areas for large-scale renewable energy production. These are all things that we can look at as a part of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions footprint. Next slide, please. So in terms of, and maybe just really quickly, some of the things that we really have to look at as a consideration in developing preferred growth concept, there are a series of considerations that we have to look at. We have to determine our growth, our intensification and densification rate as a means to defining what our preferred growth concept would be. I think it's clear that there's a lot of work happening in by each of our local municipalities to define urban structure and to identify areas where growth is appropriate and where there's already been public investment in specific infrastructure and community services where we want to direct that growth to take advantage of. Infrastructure, relying on or optimizing infrastructure where it exists currently is going to be an important consideration, and I think that's directly related to the financial impact of growth more broadly. Do we have the tools to ensure that growth continues to pay for growth in the long term? Protection of agriculture, to what degree do we want to recognize the importance of our agricultural land for food production and the livelihood of our agricultural community? Mineral aggregate extraction, again, important mandated requirement that we have to fulfill. Climate change, an important consideration, natural heritage, and obviously transit and mobility more broadly. These are all going to be very important considerations as we think about what a preferred growth concept should include. Next slide, please. So I'm going to shift gears and kind of move away from the integrated project to ROPA 48, which is the early stage or bridging amendment that we're looking to advance. So in September of 2020, Regional Council directed staff to initiate a ROPA that really advances changes to the urban structure and where and how we grow within our urban area, that really capitalizes on and aligns with key municipal planning priorities. So we've developed ROPA 48 largely to implement the schematic on this slide, where for example, the town has done considerable work in defining and affirming its urban structure. That's going to be an important input overall for the region's official plan review. Next slide, please. With respect to the urban structure, we have a series of strategic growth nodes that we've identified. There's the growth plan, the provincial growth plan requires that the region work with the local municipalities to advance the hierarchy, which includes urban growth centers, major transit station areas, and we've looked at also implementing primary and secondary regional nodes as a means of reflecting some of the urban structural work that has been advanced by our local municipal partners. Next slide, please. So as a part of ROPA 48, we are establishing or confirming the boundaries of the town's MTSAs and urban growth centers. So Midtown obviously is one important one, where the boundary is proposed and the density target of 200 residents and jobs per hectare with a target proportion of 65 and 35. Next slide, please. And Bronte Go also being proposed. What I would say is, with respect to the boundary itself, I think based on the methodology and defining the boundary, I think the town and town staff and regional staff are aligned in terms of the extent. With respect to the regional employment area, obviously this is an area in transition. I think when we initially established ROPA 48, the town's work hadn't evolved as nicely as it has, and so I think what we're looking to do through a future report to regional council is a greater proportion of land will be removed from the regional employment area to better align with the initial secondary plan that the town has prepared, and so that's going to come forward to regional council probably concurrent with our public meeting at some point, probably in June. There are a series of adjustments that we are making in response to some of the feedback that we've heard from our local municipal partners. I think this is a good example of one. Next slide, please. As a part of the other component, I think that we heard some discussion about tonight is the identification of some of the proportional development targets in Table 2B of the Regional Official Plan, and I think one of the things that we're trying to achieve here is, in recognition that there's value from the perspective of having a clear and defined urban structure, to demonstrate with some clarity, the base or fundamental assumptions that we have in directing growth to some of these areas. I think at the same time, I think we're quite respectful of the fact that these need to be defined and supported by our local municipal partners. So we're still very much interested in working with, we are working with the town in an effort to address the concerns that we heard with respect to, is the 40-60 split appropriate for Bronte Go? What does that mean in terms of, the overall time horizon? Our preference would be to make sure that we're not providing any kind of prescriptive or rigid policy framework that doesn't allow the local municipality to provide our direct growth with maximum flexibility. I think the value of having something like this, though, is it in the regional OP is it does allow for us to demonstrate very clearly to our provincial masters where we are accounting for growth specifically, because I think you can very easily get from a minimum density target using those proportions and very clearly specify what the aspirational objective is for accounting for growth in the regional OP overall. And so there's going to be a lot of attention paid to where growth is going to be attributed to. I think in consideration of the fact that the province does have a land needs assessment methodology, we want to demonstrate that our priority will be to make sure that these strategic growth areas are supported and growth is directed there first before we look at other options that, even options that, might mean expanding the urban boundary or allocating growth to areas that are not planned for higher density. So next slide, please. So there were a series of strategic employment conversions that were advanced through ROPA 48. I think those are highlighted there. And again, we're not finished. We are there are some minor examples that we're also considering and going to be coming forward to Regional Council with a series of comments that we've heard with staff responses, so that Council will have full view of some of the comments that have come in and what our responses are to some of these considerations. Next slide, please. So in terms of, and again, just maybe more of a summary slide, there are certain things that are advancing down the path with respect to ROPA 48. Those are only, adjustments to the OP as it relates to advancing urban structure elements in line with local municipal plans and priorities, and other fairly non-discretionary changes in response to the growth plan. So 2051 population and employment forecasts, they'll be applied region-wide, but we're not at that point in the process where we're specifically allocating to each of the local municipalities and each of the specific jurisdictions or growth areas per se. In the broader integrated growth management strategy, we will get to that through the development of a preferred growth strategy for regional council's consideration with very specific growth allocations, which will ultimately inform the region's capital infrastructure plans to make sure that we're investing in the necessary infrastructure to support growth in our communities. Next slide, please. And so in terms of next steps, we have a series of public information centers that are underway. We're trying to augment our public engagement approach to ensure that we're reaching as many people as we can, and having in-person conversations. So if you are able to participate in some of the PICs, you'll notice that we do have a breakout session where we have smaller group discussions on people's preferences in terms of the growth concepts and what the relative merits are, and some discussion around evaluating and what those trade-offs are. So those PICs are ongoing throughout the month of May. There's going to be a wrap-up one towards the end of June. And for ROPA 48, we're looking at having our statutory public meeting in June of this year with approval hopefully shortly to follow. We will be providing more information on opportunities for providing feedback on that amendment on the website very shortly. Next slide, please. And maybe just a bit of a summary of where we are. So there are two PICs scheduled for this week. One is focused on Burlington tomorrow night, and on Thursday night, the PIC that will be focused on the town of Oakville. And then you'll see the other ones there. Mr. Mayor, it's been my pleasure to be with you tonight. I'd be pleased to take questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benson. I think it's really important for the public to see and understand the trade-offs that are involved, and for that matter, the amount of time it takes to follow the province's required process. And you did a really good job tonight on that. In fact, I have to say you've been very good to work with throughout this. I had a gigantic list of questions in anticipation of your visit, and I have to say you've answered all of them, except possibly for one that wasn't on my list, which is, do I understand you to be suggesting that 3B might be dead on arrival?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I'm not. I guess I'm not suggesting that it's dead on arrival. I think what it does is it does raise some challenges, with respect to historically how we've allocated jobs and done the land accounting for accommodating employment and jobs. And I think, we rely heavily on our land economists and our land economists who work with the provincial land needs assessment methodology. And I think, what we're trying to ascertain is to what degree can we push employment in some of those other categories. And, I think there are a series of planning initiatives that are underway in each of our communities that give us a higher degree of confidence that we can continue to push those assumptions, but it may not have the effect of capturing all of the jobs that we need to accommodate to 2051. To me, the conversation is more of to what proportion can moving those jobs into the office category or moving those jobs into intensification opportunities of existing designated employment land. What are we left over with? What are we left over with in terms of trying to make up, and what does that figure translate to a land needs equation or hectares of land required that we don't currently have designated? So that's really the nature of the analysis that we're undertaking right now. So I wouldn't characterize it as dead on arrival, but we do have some more work to do.
All right, so it needs intensive care, I gather. I have one other question, which is, can the conformity, I'm aware that conformity exercises by most of the regions in Ontario have been, I'll call it, never on time. And as you may have even once said to me, nobody's ever gone to planning jail over, missing the deadline. So I guess I have just this one last question. Can the conformity be phased so that, we've been working for 7 years on the 2041 forecasts. Could we sort of roll out our 2041 plan and then spend whatever time it takes to do the new work, which I think needs to be done, to update our studies to reflect the new circumstances and the new uncertainties that are visible as a result of the pandemic?
Yes, through Mr. Mayor, I think that would be an ideal situation if we could phase the approach. I think what we've heard back from correspondence from Minister Clark is that the expectation from the province is that we will be identifying all the land that we need to grow to 2051 and designating all of that land. That's the message that we heard back. I don't read in that letter a whole lot of opportunity for flexibility. I think when you take a practical look at it, and some of the initial work that we've done on the land economic side of things, because we're developing some of our existing greenfield areas at a much higher density, that land is actually going to be able to accommodate growth far beyond 2031. And so, our post 2031 planning period is probably the most important to kind of nail down for the purposes of kind of certainty, whereas things become a little less clear in terms of what is actually going to transpire when you talk about a post 2041 plan horizon.
Well, thank you very much. You remind me that my father, the professional meteorologist, loves to say, forecasting's very hard, especially about the future. We have questions for you from Councillors Elgar and Giddings and Longo, just to open up. Councillor Elgar?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Kurt, thanks a lot for the presentation. One of your slides, I was surprised to see that 3B, you said it would be higher transportation costs. And I was trying to figure out, if we don't have any more greenfield, why the transportation costs would be so much higher.
Yeah, and my apologies, Councillor Elgar. I usually like to have my transportation consultant, at my side when I'm answering some of these questions. But what I understand it to be is really the investment required for level of service in terms of the activity happening in the right of ways in that kind of concentrated growth scenario. So you have to do a little bit more finer grain planning with respect to what's happening in the right of way that may require some additional investment. That's my understanding of why that comes across as a bit higher.
Okay. Kurt, do you have with you where you could throw up the numbers related to what's our what is our population 2021? What are our jobs 2021? And do a 2021, 2031 where we're supposed to be 2041 and 2051. Because, you know, when you throw out numbers the way that the presentation spells them out, people just kind of glaze over a little bit in the general public. You're like, say, what? They can't correlate. And it is hard. And like, do you have those numbers that you could provide to us? And also how much, with that though, you know, I want to see how many acres we're eating up from rural land. Like how much farmland are we eating up every time? And what would really be good is to go back and show, since we did our, before our last official plan, since we've done it, how much land have we eaten up in the last one of farmland, where all of a sudden it's all urbanized. And from what I understand, Milton, they can't wait to grow right down until they hit Oakville. Like they want to get rid of all that rural land. So it's getting harder to comprehend what people really want. And now when we run that little hose up to Halton Hills and they hit a lake-based water system, you know what's going to happen there compared to leaving them on the well system. What's your projection?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to provide that information in terms of some of the baseline trends with respect to how we've developed over time, what our population is right now, what the number of hectares that were designated or put into an urban category through the sustainable Halton process. Those are all very easily packaged and provided. So I'd be happy to do that. And perhaps we can work in some of that information into our PIC presentations going forward as well. With respect to the lake-based system, I think that I think I have a meeting with you later this week on this. So it was a significant investment, Councillor, and it was an investment that was really decided on through the sustainable Halton process that provided new greenfield areas in Georgetown opportunity to connect to the lake-based system. That system exists, and we have information with respect to the design capacity of that system relative to how much more growth can be accommodated through that trunk. So.
And that trunk, I guess, has to be almost twinned, because you can't have it where if the water has to come from somewhere and go somewhere. So we have to have redundancy built in there too, I guess, correct?
That's correct. It's not only lake-based water, but it is a fairly substantive trunk sewer that was constructed to provide that service. And again, I can go back and provide or package information for you on that specifically.
Yeah, because that's where it didn't get done when it ran the little pipe up to Milton. They forgot about that little secondary pipe they needed for the flow down. Okay, anyway, I've got a lot of questions, but it is getting late and there's a lot of other speakers. So, Kurt, I thank you, and we'll see where this ends up. Thanks.
Councillor Giddings, you're next. And looking at the clock, I wonder if you would give us a motion to go past the hour.
I would very much appreciate that.
All right. I'll just call the vote. Is there an objection to going past the hour? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. Councillor Giddings, your motion is a success, and you have the Zoom for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kurt, I realize that this is incredibly detailed and complex, and we're going to have many, many meetings to come. You mentioned the regional employment areas. And in our report, we have a prescriptive employment planning policy heading talking about how some of the strategic growth areas being converted from employment from mixed use while maintaining an employment focus. Is that is that consistent through all of Halton's 4 municipalities? And is that all done ahead of time, or is that going to be done as we roll out to 2051? Just looking for a quick comment in terms of the drivers and the process on that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The region put in the employment land overlay through ROPA 38, and we were actually ahead of the province's requirements for municipalities to designate employment land. I think those employment layers were kind of mirrored in the livable Oakville plan largely, and I think we've always taken a very protectionist approach to preserving our employment. I think that is until this OP review, where I think it's becoming very clear that there are certain areas that merit a different planning approach. Those areas in and around our key public transit infrastructure that need to be supported in a different manner. And I think staff have kind of been looking, working with our local municipal partners to identify those areas to convert. Again, while trying to implement some of the key planning principles that we have to implement relative to affecting a careful transition, land use compatibility, all of that. But we're certainly looking at optimizing areas for accommodating growth, maximizing the use of urban service land. That's fundamental. So not all existing lands in the employment land overlay still make a lot of sense. So we want to make sure we're getting it right, and we're being responsive to some of the priorities that have been identified by our local partners.
I appreciate the clarity. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Longo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Kurt, thank you. A great presentation. I have a couple questions, and I apologize, A, for the late hour, and if I need to take it offline, I can always do that. So the first one is related to, and Councillor Elger touched on it a bit, about agricultural land. So I'm looking at what is the framework to help protect agricultural land and actually encourage, as part of the employment growth, is there a way of helping protect the agricultural businesses, either through economic development, trying to create local markets, as well as export markets? And COVID kind of taught us all this, the importance of, as we import more and more food or other products, we're at risk in the event something locks down, like what happened with COVID. So the theme of agricultural protection of land and economic development, that helps focus on that. So that's kind of the first question I had. And then the second one is related to climate change. And related to climate change, I saw there was a lot of stats there, and I just wanted to ensure that there was alignment between the Oakville energy strategy and some of the strategies that the Halton region's looking at. As the 4 municipalities that make up Halton, we are interconnected. So if we're doing one thing in one municipality that may impact, greenhouse gas emissions in another, is Halton going to be looking kind of above that to try and ensure that we're not creating, what we think is something good in one municipality that then impacts another, and vice versa. And one of the notes that I saw there was reducing heat by natural gas. I wasn't sure if that meant within homes or if that was natural gas generation. And we just recently had a presentation by the IESO that talked about natural gas, the creation of electricity through natural gas burning was only about 7% of the energy that's being produced, or electricity being produced in Ontario. So, is Halton going to kind of be looking at the big picture and kind of helping in what we're trying to do at the municipal level? And those are my 2 questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think just on your first question, I think the work that we've done with building the concepts in response to the land needs assessment methodology already provides some key assumptions for enhancements or increasing the number of jobs in the rural or agricultural area on the basis of a more supportive policy framework that enables value add on farm land uses. So that's something that we're looking at very closely. I think it's important to continue to look at opportunities for a sustainable agricultural base that's that. With respect to the second question, I think coordination is absolutely critical. I think we know a lot of the good work that our locals are doing, our local LDCs, other utilities and natural gas companies, the ISO. These are all important players. We've through regional council and the report going forward on climate change a few months back, council had endorsed us to explore a relationship with the Halton Environmental Network and the HCC, and so the Halton Environmental Network will be looking at some of the coordination activities for us. We're just trying to finalize an agreement with that group to provide what specific services they'll be undertaking for the region. But again, it'll be more on a coordination basis. We certainly don't want to implement any standards that are not achievable or not supportable by our local partners. I think coordination and integration is important, and I think through that exercise we'll examine what those opportunities are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor and Mr. Benson. Councillor Elgar, your electronic hand is up. Do you have another question? If so, you have the Zoom.
Sorry, I mustn't have gone down. I'm fine. Sorry about that. I'll get it down here. There.
Thank you. No problem. Not a problem.
Did it go down?
We're all friends here. Anybody else have a question for Mr. Benson? Mr. Benson, thank you very much. It is kind of late, and it's very good of you to give us this kind of really, we stole this time from your family, and I feel a little badly about that. But I do appreciate very much what you presented tonight. I thought your slides were terrific, and I'm very glad that we have a copy so that we can pass them out to the councillors, and I know that they may generate a few questions, and we'll funnel those all back up to the region. Thank you very much for all that you've done tonight, and we look forward to keeping working with you. Council, I think we only need a motion to receive. Who wants to? Councillor Dudek. Oh, sorry. Kurt Vigor is next. I was getting ahead of myself. Mr. Benson, if you're still here, you're welcome to stay and listen to Kurt. And on the other hand, you probably see him all the time, so we won't make any judgment about your decision. Kirk, you have the Zoom.
Thanks very much, Mayor Burton. There's a lot of overlap in what Mr. Benson shared with us, and also with previous presentations made to council. Back in March, for example, we covered some of these topics. So it's a very short presentation and hopefully not too anticlimactic. If we could bring up the slides, please, and I can go through them rather quickly and just tell a bit of a story from Oakville's perspective. There we go. Thank you. So the report before you, which Mr. Benson covered off on the integrated growth management strategy and the draft regional plan amendment number 48. This is really an update to council as part of our ongoing town initiated official plan review and in response to the region's official plan review. Next slide, please. I think we're going to go through a few rather quickly here. So this is really just summarizing the region's official plan review and where we're at in the process. So next slide, please. This is again territory that we've all covered around the IGMS and what the growth concepts are all about. So next slide, please. And again, these 4 growth concepts that we reviewed this evening in great detail. I thought that was an excellent presentation, and I like that dashboard discussion that we had. So the next slide, please. Just for council's benefit and for the community's benefit, as has been mentioned, the town's growth management strategy is our urban structure. And throughout the whole IGMS process, we have been consistent in our support for a growth concept that supports local urban structure, minimizes greenfield expansions, and builds on the notion of complete communities and sustainable transportation. So I think we heard again tonight that some of those concepts are greater at supporting these types of these elements of an urban structure. So concept 3A was mentioned, and 3B as well has some of those benefits, but also some drawbacks, as was discussed. So next slide, please. So the concept 3B was presented, again, a new view of how we can grow perhaps without any greenfield expansions, and what the implications were really to employment growth in the region. And so that's a very important consideration. And there's some other directions there that were discussed in the presentation from Mr. Benson. Next slide, please. So essentially, we continue to support the same kind of concept at the town staff level, at least, to accommodate growth without boundary expansions. And you'll hear a lot about market coming out of the growth plan as a new consideration, and we've been talking about this through our work and our discussion with council for the last couple of years. I just wanted to maybe touch on what Oakville's market is looking like these days, and this is surfacing in some previous work that we presented to council. But essentially, town staff are of the view that high quality, mixed use, dense employment opportunities are going to be found in our nodes and corridors, and through even employment intensification at strategic locations. And if you look around Midtown, for example, and Palermo, we see some office buildings that have gone up recently. And I think if you take a look around town, you'll notice the cranes, which is a sign of construction. And even when we began our official plan review in 2015, we were in a different market. We're seeing a whole bunch of high density apartment development in our nodes and corridors. Trafalgar and Dundas is an example, right across the street from Town Hall, which is, maybe not on our usual flight path these days, but you're seeing the type of development that is reinforcing our urban structure and going to be transit supportive and sustainably supportive over the long term. So again, those continue to be, from Oakville's perspective, really strong elements of development that address climate change issues that are being discussed. They address the energy issues. I think housing affordability as well is an important consideration. When we talk about range and mix of housing from an Oakville perspective, we have a strong base of lower density type housing, and so adding this higher density type housing is going to really address affordability in this community and across the region. So just as a final note on expansion, or on the concept 3B, which is the no expansion, no greenfield area expansion concept, we're really pleased at the town staff level that this is part of the broader growth discussion with the region and the other municipalities. Next slide, please. So just quickly on ROPA 48, Regional Official Plan 48, again, we heard where we're at with that, and we're headed to a statutory public meeting, the region is, in June. Next slide, please. And I have to say, and this is touching on some of the discussion that occurred earlier this evening on some other items about some of the reports showing different points about where we're at with ROPA 48. And the fact that a long list of questions turned into a short list of questions after Mr. Benson's presentation, I think is a good summary of how the relationship between the town of Oakville and the region of Halton is going as far as trying to seek alignment and to resolve these issues. We're having great discussions, and that list of issues is getting shorter, and the amount of alignment we're having with our partners is growing. And so the result of that is that our remaining concerns continue to be addressed and minimized, and maybe we'll get to a point where we're all settled. With respect to process timing and responses to comments, the region is planning to bring forward, when they come to the statutory process and later reporting, on a very thorough and complete accounting of all the comments received, which go back into January when the drafts were first released, and through this whole public process. So that's the region's approach, and it's an approach we're familiar with, and so we're comfortable waiting for that. We have made some progress with the employment area overlay. And again, from a regional perspective, there are strategic conversions. Bronte Go is an example where we think we've been able to refine that overlay removal that reflects the town's interests and it reflects the draft official plan amendment that you reviewed today with Mr. Sunderland and the Bronte Go MTSA presentation. As far as the prescriptive employment planning policies piece, that's still very much a work in progress, both locally and at the region. And again, as Mr. Benson identified, we wish to achieve a common goal in these areas, and we're all working to that same end of flexibility, but also some certainty. The province is looking for that, and so would our communities. So that's a work in progress, and that's where we might be seeing. It's almost like the staff report responses are not happening in the same real time that the discussions are happening, since it takes a while to get a report into the system. So that's, again, I think a positive result of the discussion so far. Next slide, please. So the last bit of this presentation, again, is really a reiteration of Mr. Benson's final notes. The public engagement process at the region is available through their website, and there's a lot of great information up there. In terms of active public engagement opportunities, you can learn about all these growth concepts. There's a short questionnaire that's available. You can join a public information center or a PIC. You can make an appointment with a regional planner to have a meeting. And you can also read some past reports, including the initial consultation report, which is a key piece of the public engagement to date. And as mentioned, and in closing, the virtual Public Information Center for the town of Oakville will be this Thursday at 7 p.m. And town staff will be supporting regional staff in that meeting. So thanks for listening and letting me share a few thoughts from an Oakville perspective. And if you could go to the last slide, we'll wrap it up, please. It's really just the recommendation for this evening, which is to receive the report and share the report in our usual way with all our regional partners. Thanks very much for listening, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bigger. I'll look for questions first, and maybe now I'll look for a motion. Councillor Palmer was first. Congratulations, you have the best reflexes at this time of night. May I put the vote? Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection, and the motion carries. Councillor Palmer, your motion succeeded. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kirk. Thank you, Kurt. Now, Council, we have the Heritage Oakville Advisory Committee minutes, and we need to receive them. Councillor Giddings, thank you. Any objection?
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
I'd just like to thank staff and the committee members and Councillor Duddick that worked on the Heritage Grant Program. Having done that several times, it's an incredible amount of work and a lot of very difficult decisions. So they take it very seriously and very much appreciate the funding that this council provides in assisting homeowners keeping their heritage properties the way they do.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I completely endorse your comments on that. We are famous for our regard for heritage in our town. So Councillor Giddings has given us a motion for receipt of the heritage minutes. Any objection? Seeing none, Councillor Giddings' motion succeeds. Thank you. Could we have a motion to rise and report to council? Councillor Knoll, thank you. Any objection? There being none, that carries. Another successful motion. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole is met and has made recommendations on consent items 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and confidential consent item 5.1, public hearing items 6.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and 0.5, discussion items 7.1 and 7.2, and advisory committee minutes, item 9.1, as noted by the clerk. A mover and seconder for this report would be in order. Councillor Elgar and Councillor Lischina, thank you very much. Any objection? Councillor Elgar and Councillor Lischina, your motion succeeds, and that is carried. Is there any new business to occupy us? Any emergency, congratulatory, or condolence messages? Councillor Robertson. Oh dear, I think you're still muted.
I would like to say happy birthday to Councillor O'Meara. Both of us had to share our birthdays in this last year at council, and he's done a darn fine job. We had a meeting earlier today, and he's homeschooled his kids, so he's the star.
Aw, happy birthday. You're an old man now. I think you've officially hit middle age, right? So anybody else? That was very nice. All right, how about, oh, there he is, Councillor Longo. We have screen paralysis here. Councillor Longo.
Well, thank you, Councillor O'Meara, for sharing your birthday with us and not your family. But I believe there was another councillor who had a birthday last week on Wednesday, which would be Councillor Sandu. So happy birthday to her as well.
Ah, happy birthday. All right, so now if you'd like, a mover and seconder for the consideration and reading of the bylaws. Councillor Longo, Councillor Palmer. Any objection? There being none, the consideration and reading of the bylaws passes as listed in the agenda. And I want to thank everybody for the time and attention that you gave everything tonight, your many fine contributions. It's been terrific working with you, and that ends this meeting. Good night.